went to sea in a beautiful green boat. They took some honey and plenty of money wrapped up in a 5-pound note. The owl looked out to the stars above and sang to a small guitar. Oh, lovely pussy, oh pussy my love, what a beautiful pussy you are, you are, you are. What a beautiful pussy you are. Pussy said to the owl, you elegant fowl, how charmingly sweet you sing. Oh, let us be merry, too long we are tarry, but what shall we do for a ring? They sailed away for a year and a day to the land where the palm tree grows. And there in a wood a piggy-wig stood with the ring at the end of his nose. His nose, his nose, with the ring at the end of his nose. They took it away and were married next day by the turkey who lives on the hill. They dined on mince and slices of quince, which they ate with the runcible spoon. And hand in hand on the edge of the sand, they danced by the light of the moon. They danced by the light of the moon.
G'day, you mob. Where are yous? You're up there now. How's it going, everyone? Welcome back to another load of this stuff. This camera has a very wide-angle lens, so I can fix that by doing that. Now
G'day.
How are you, dude?
Very well, thanks. How are you?
I am well, thank you. It's lovely to see you again. Lost my mind for a little second there. Happens all the time. What's been going on? How are you enjoying this warm weather?
I've got the air conditioning on.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's bold. Yeah, it's been a bit of a shock,
has-
hasn't it? It's actually
summer
hotter
has
today than it
come.
was yesterday.
Yeah, I've got one on the dryer setting, so it's just taking the moisture out of the air.
Yeah, I tend to do that with mine more often than air condition because it gets just as cool.
Yeah, it works fantastic. Dry mode. You
And
don't need cooling.
Yeah, it's cheaper to run than the air conditioner mode as well, I believe.
Exactly.
I'm led to believe.
Yes.
Big AC won't tell you that, though, will they?
Nah.
Or big power either. Anyway, let's get into some g'days. Look out, Paddy Petite Paddy, first in the chat with a big FU, James. It's not very pleasant, Paddy. Not a nice way to talk amongst friends. James flying in second, unfortunately. Oh, hang on. You must have thought you came in first. What happened there? Paddy's comment mustn't have showed up. Interesting situation. Please explain down below. Huawei, love you too, buddy. Welcome back. Glitch Aquatics, how are you today? Good to see you in. Kat McKenzie, welcome back. Crikey, it's so early in the show, but I've got to do one of these. That was a bit odd. Oh, did you just open up YouTube? Maybe.
Yes.
Right. I see. That's okay. Just always scares me when I hear the sound of my own voice. Where was I up to? Big hugs from Kat. Hellos around the room. James H. GRB, g'day, mate. How's it going? I'm BJ. No, you're not late. I was a little bit early, but not terribly early, BJ. So you're perfectly on time. I got a little bit worried, actually, because there was people viewing. And then the Owl and the Pussycat started playing and people started dropping out like flies. I thought, oh, no. Is there some politically incorrect thing I haven't heard about this song and people are ditching it? Anyway, new local Austin, hello there. Two Dougs, how are you both? That's everyone I've got so far. Everyone just saying hi to each other. Fish treats for all. I know, we got there. There's Chewy and Z-Beam in the chat and on the screen. Whoa, that's bloody technology for you, isn't it?
Yep.
Yes, if you were here 4.5 minutes ago, you would have heard us talking about the warm weather we've got here. We've got, well, I mean, you called it summer. You said summer's here, but I don't know if I agree with that just yet. But I'm certainly not doing any work out in the sun today. Thank you very much. I already did the supermarket this morning, and yeah, by the time I got home, I was a little bit slippery on the forehead and stuff. How is the South Aussie beast? Which South Aussie beast? Chewy? Oh, wow, this guy's still struggling. Check this thing out. Hopefully he'll pick up on camera.
Spider.
No, it's a bloody
Crane fly.
Big mozzie.
Big mozzie.
It's like the body alone is 1 centimetre long.
That's genetically modified, mate. Put a black light on it, see if it glows.
Well, it's got yeah, it must need to be fully alive to maintain its colour, but it's in the sun. It's like gold.
Wow.
It reflects
King
gold
mosquito.
in the sun.
King mosquito.
I'll try and get a picture of it and send it to you so you can actually see the gold, because last time I took a photo of it, it looked more silver, but now it looks gold.
Oh,
like legit gold.
Lunatic Fringe, I'm pretty damn good. Thank you very much.
Yeah, send that through to your phone. Check that gold out. It's ridiculous.
I've absconded with the beast name because I feel more angelic these days than beastly.
Yeah. Oh,
You need light bouncing off it to get into the camera.
yeah, waste of time. Anyway, I sent it to your phone. You can see it with your eyes.
If you've got a container, Mike, Blacky, stick that mozzie in there for a sample for research purposes.
Yeah, I'll have a look on the old. I'll do some Google and see if I can find it.
Yeah.
I think I have seen them before, and I think last year I was getting these big, like almost an inch long wrigglers, and I think that's what might come out of them, because they're a whopping big wriggler, must make whopping big mosquitoes.
I found a coastal prawn-like creature in the carpet the other day.
Lawn shrimp.
Lawn shrimps, yeah.
Red.
One of them had made it into the house.
Yeah, been a few of them around lately.
How do they even move? Like, what is the go with that?
Well, they're soil dwellers, so they live in the humus layer and in the top bits of soil. But when the soil gets too wet, they have to come up. But yeah, for a shrimp-like creature, it's very interesting that they don't like the water when most shrimp need, the water to hold their bodies up and stuff.
Very bizarre, yeah.
Wait, did I miss Kat's question in the chat? Pardon me. Yes, Kat, I did go to the doctor. Maybe the YouTube chat is coming in different order to what's coming through on StreamYard. Yes, I did go to the doctor, and my my strange bits are not cancerous. They are wart-like growths. So, yes, I got them frozen. And a little one on my back as well, the doctor froze off, and I forgot he'd done that one, and I had this mad itch on my back, and I'm scratching like mad at it a few days ago and felt this big chunk of stuff come out. So I was like, oops, because the doctor did say, don't scratch it, just let the bits fall out on their own. And then yesterday I was eating some lunch, and it was irritating me a bit, so I just gave it a gentle rub, this one up here with my just a gentle rub with the tip of my finger, and this big chunk of dead stuff fell out of it too. So I have a strange feeling this one, because of its size, will probably need another freezing on my return visit. And there's one up here somewhere as well in there that got frozen too.
To answer BJ Palmer's question, you can call me whatever you like, whatever suits you. I'm happy with any names that people give me, and I just roll with it.
He's still a beast of a man, even though he's feeling more angelic these days.
Yeah,
beast in the other sense.
I love my creatures. About a week ago, Emma spotted 2 female koalas with 2 joeys and last year's joey all in the trees in the one day.
Nice.
So we had 5 koalas just in the garden. It's beautiful.
Yeah. That's always nice to know that the wildlife's doing okay.
Oh, yeah.
G'day, Cuzval. Long time no see. How you been? I've been well, thank you. Huawei. No, I said the thing I said first and then can't ask the question. I don't understand. I'm so lost. Huawei, you've confused the crap out of me. I can't go back to what you said first. Like the very first thing. Anyway, you'll explain it. I know you're very good at making sense when I'm confused. GRB said about Mosquito Hawks. When I grew up, they were called gnats, but now I've found out that gnats are just those tiny little buggers that bite you. But Mosquito Hawks are, like massive, big, looking like mosquito things, but they're They're quite friendly and they don't want to drink your blood, so they don't put welts and itches on your body like mosquitoes do.
So crane flies, yeah.
I think they may even be the same thing, are they?
Crane flies, yeah. Pretty interesting critters.
Yeah. Crane fly. I like the name Mosquito Hawk. I think that's the best one.
Yeah, Mosquito Hawk sounds cool.
It's a good name for a band.
Mosquito Hawk. So I had a fiasco with my fish. The pump that I've sort of jerry-rigged to fit over my bowl just started leaking and draining out and fucking up, and there was so much bacteria in the filters, and after about 2 hours of fiddling with it, trying to blue tack it and do all this stuff to it to make it so that the filter would work, I just gave up and I'd said, you know what, fish, I'm turning this off. It's summer, or the sun's out, it's spring. I'm turning the pump off. You get serenity rather than this gurgling noise. And the fish are now in a still pond, still water, without any noisy shit on them. And
where was it leaking from?
Because I had to, it's a bowl rather than a flat plane of glass. And I've got the waterfall that's made to sit over the lip of a flat plane of glass. It's always going to have some problems because I've got nothing to balance it off. So it was working quite well, but then so I think the earth has shifted just like a little bit, and it was just impossible to get back to working functionality. So if I turn it on, it means that I'm going to get a water change. So I think I'll just put the filter on once a month or whatever for an afternoon and make it do a forced water change while it filters it and top it off.
Yeah. Probably wise.
No, hey, well, oh, God.
The ice cream man is here.
I came flying in from the side. I didn't expect that.
How's it going, Haagen-Dazs?
Oh, chilling, bro. Chilling.
Chill. The ice cream man.
Isn't it? Is it? Do you need two A's if you've got the two dots? What's that one called? An umlaut, is it?
The umlaut. You know, you got to throw it on there. I don't know. That's how they spell it.
I thought the umlaut's purpose was to make a letter sound like two of that letter. So essentially now you're Haagen-Dazs.
Yeah, as Chris Lukup says, he says it's Haagen-Dazs. And then he gives me a breakdown of that it's not actually a German company. I don't know. It's from somewhere in the States.
Mm. It sounds fancy. That's all that matters.
It's still delicious ice cream.
Tastes good, yeah. They've got some nice flavors. But it's, what is it? Last time I looked at it, it was $11, I think, for a pint or 500 mils. Frightfully expensive. That's
well,
like
if you had American dollars, it'd be cheaper for you, I think.
No doubt. It'd be like 7 cents.
What's the Australian? What's the exchange rate now? Let's see.
I can't say I've looked at it for a longer time.
Ooh, $1.56.
Fuck.
What is it the other way around?
I'd be balling out of control, dude. I'd have so much money.
Yeah.
Good time
Things
to
are
take
expensive here, though, bro.
What's that?
Things are expensive here, though.
Yeah, but it wouldn't matter because I'd have all that extra money.
Yeah.
Received extra.
Yeah.
And 64 cents the other way around. That's a good time. A really good time for Australians to sell things to Americans. But yeah, obviously not so great for international stuff in general. Pardon me.
I buy it all, baby. I buy it all. I know the currency market's like out of control. I was, I don't know. What do you call him? My stepdad or whatever? Like my mom's husband. I mean, they got married when I was 23, so I don't know. I don't think he's really my stepdad.
I think legally, I believe that's what his title would be.
Oh, is it?
Unless he
legally
adopted you.
Yeah, I think they have to like adopt you / be married before you're an adult, you know. Like I was drinking whiskey at their wedding, you know, legally
Mhm.
that I bought at the store and brought with me. In the
Whiskey's always
States, which
good.
is 21. What's the drinking age in Australia? 18 or 21?
18, yeah.
18,
18.
yeah.
Is it 18? Yeah.
Used to be 21 in olden days,
Mm-hmm.
but you know, we moved forward in the future. But now they're talking about not reducing the drinking or smoking age, but reducing the voting age to 16, which I think could be possibly okay, because you know, if they made it voluntary from 16 to 18, then
Mhm.
you'd only get kids who were actually interested in politics having a vote. You
Right.
wouldn't get silly kids
Yeah.
just doing stupid stuff. That's how they should do it if they're thinking about that seriously. But there's probably too many other things to think about now without changing age with things and stuff and things.
Right. Yeah, no, I mean that conversation has come up in the States a few times of like lowering the voting age to 16, and it just gets like the people lose their minds. They're like, "Are you insane? Are you an insane person? Are you? Oh my god, what are you gonna do? Like murder somebody next? What do you? Oh, you know, like they freak out. They literally, you know, there's a lot of pearl clutching going on if somebody ever brings that up, and you're like, it's not really all that different. 18 to 16, 16 to 8. What, you know? Oh, you can drive a car, but you can't vote. I don't know. So
Thanks
Yeah.
for mentioning murderers. Look at my new shirt. I got Jason Voorhees on.
Hang on, I'll have to put you full screen so we can see all the detail. Oh, it actually looks quite nice detail.
Yeah. Special Halloween special. The wife
I
says
received-
I'm not allowed to wear it unless it's Halloween, but I thought I'd get into the spirit for the stream.
it's not October yet.
I know, but you know,
You're
we've
just
got
like my daughter. I keep
time
having to tell her.
arrives.
You're just like my
It's
daughter. I
not.
keep having to tell her it's not October yet.
I got a shirt in the post
We
today.
can't fall for this mass consumerism and start doing
Yeah.
Halloween in July.
That's cool, Blacky.
Yeah, that's cool.
Scunch Princess art. You can buy a
Yeah.
shirt just like this online.
That's cool.
Well, I can't wear it because it just reeks of new shirt, you know. I hate
Oh.
that smell.
You got to wash it.
What's the damage on those, Blacky? How much are they?
Well, when I bought it from, I can't remember which store I bought it from of Sarah's, but it was on special for $14 and like 12 postage.
That's like 10 American. Oh my god.
No,
Yeah.
that was in Australian dollars. So, but I'm
Yeah.
not sure how long that special lasted for though. Let me
I got
just.
something to show off. Check
We
this
like-
out.
You might have to
It's-
do what I was doing before and put your hand behind it up
Oh, there you
close.
go.
It's a
Yeah.
hand-carved shell disc with a flower of life that's made by these villagers in Bali, and then it's set in silver, and they go for $90 retail.
It's
Can I
pretty
get my-
sweet.
That is cool.
Yeah, very, very pretty. We just got those in yesterday. So they'll be a hot commodity.
Yeah, fingers crossed. Did you say you're getting a bunch of them to try and get around?
Oh, we'll definitely move them on. Absolutely.
90 Australian,
90 Australian dollars.
62 US.
62 US. It works
is the
out.
retail-
bargain.
the retail
Yeah.
The
price.
retail price. But yeah, the hand carving's superb. And pretty much everyone else is going to be using 3D laser etching from now on out. So getting handmade stuff is a bit different, a bit harder to get your hands
It'll be a relic soon. G'day, Mickham.
Yeah, I'd love to buy some
They're
stuff, but
earrings.
I'd love to buy some stuff, but I spent all my money on cocaine and prostitutes. And, And it's weird. It's weird because I'm sober and monogamous. So I don't really know. I don't really know how that works out, but that's how it happened. So what's up, you know?
I'd say problematic would be the answer to your
Well,
question.
the weird thing is that I spent it all on that, but it wasn't for me. It was just for this guy I met. I mean, he seemed like he was good for it. It seemed like a good investment. That's all I'm saying.
Threadless. It was threadless. Thank you, Huawei.
Uh-oh. What's threadless?
That's where I got the Scungy shirt from. I think
Oh,
she's
good.
got
There's
3
the
other
link.
ones up there.
There's the link. You guys should go buy a shirt.
There's
I know I literally got yelled at the other day. Not yelled at, but like
chided.
There you go. There you go. Perfect. Of the like giant stack of t-shirts that I have that Vicky was like, you don't ever wear these shirts. Like what do you have them for? And I'm like, you can't throw that away. What are you doing? You know, it's like,
Yeah,
I mean, she has a good point. She has a good point.
Size.
The point is valid. It's a valid point. I just have all of these shirts. I don't, what's the point?
G'day, Fishymon. I don't know if I said hi to you yet. Short-term memory loss and all that. But welcome. Yeah, I think when I bought my shirt from Threadless, there was only 4 designs on there at the time, and the one that I got, she'd only just popped up. So potentially for those who are familiar with Scungy's artwork, if you've got something that you'd like on a shirt, there's probably potential there to drop her a line on the Instagram or drop me a line, make a request for a design on a shirt, and we can probably get it sorted. However, she is in the process of moving house at the moment, right at this very moment. It's such a terrible, terrible shame that I can't be there to assist with it. But, I've got too many other obligations.
Obligated.
Yeah.
What do you got going on? You busy? You busy guy?
Well, I have these 2 dependents, in it.
That's right. You've got the older children's.
I do. Yeah.
How they doing? They faring all right? How's getting along?
Sort of.
Yeah.
We had a bit of a family lunch yesterday, so I had some of Dad's sisters and a cousin of mine and her husband came up for a visit. So yeah, we had quite a long, extended lunch session. So yeah, I think that pretty much wiped them both out. So they're not 100% today, but pushing through.
That'll do it. That does it to me. I'm like, oh god, this whole lunch out in the hot sun, dealing with.
Yeah, I made the mistake of eating too much, and then they put cream cakes and shit on the table, and I resisted for as long as I could, but they were like right there in front of me, and I eventually ate one, and before I was halfway through, I knew that was a mistake. Right. But I soldiered on, and I finished it to the depths of my own belly.
Yeah, I forget, not last weekend, but the weekend before we did that, we had a little family reunion thing, and you're like, yeah, let's, we'll do that on a Sunday. And, we'll go kind of early and everything, it's the whole day. It's the whole damn day. But,
yeah.
And then you pay for it on Monday.
Well, I don't drink, so it was just the normal Monday.
Yeah, I just meant the wearying that comes with being forced into conversation and whatnot.
That's true. That's true.
But don't necessarily give wonderful conversation. Or people
my new
that
thing,
ask the same question over and over.
My new thing at work is to tell people that I didn't win the lottery, and it's pissing me off. That's my new thing at work these days.
That's the whole statement.
People always ask me, like, hey, what's going on? What's happening over there? I'm like, I didn't win the lottery, and I'm very disappointed. So that's why, that reminded me of Monday, and then I was thinking about, you got to do this long work week, and then you got a day off, and you're like, try to have a day off, but then you try to like do a thing, But then, Sunday you got to like laundry and clean the house and all that crap. And then you got kid running around and all that stuff. And then you're just like, okay, I'll go back to work now. Okay, great. They just do this forever.
Bloody Steve. Steve's one of my finches.
Mm-hmm.
He's the only one I can single out and identify because he's very aggressive towards
Is
all of the
he
others.
loose?
Yeah.
He's on the
wild
loose.
birds. I made the mistake of calling them my finches. I just feed them. They're wild animals, and they just come in and eat the seed that I put out for them. But yeah, one of them's just a brute. He's so aggressive to the others and will hunt everyone out of the seed tray until he's had his fill and will go away. And they team up against him. Like 3 or 4 will keep coming in, and they'll take turns and get him to one end of the tray so another one can come in at the other end. And it's a whole little thing that they do. But yeah, Steve's a bit of a prick. He knew I was talking about him. He popped his head up over the tray. He's learning his name because when he's too rowdy, I go, Steve. The head will pop up. Huawei, last time I spoke to him, he was okay. I think the last time I spoke to him, though, I sent him a funny picture and he just sent me a laugh. Sometimes that's the only communication you need from close family, isn't it? You don't need full conversations. A funny meme can say it all. C23, how the devil are you, Clarence? Welcome, dude. That treehouse looked pretty impressive. Did you build it? There we go. Good timing from Ball Space, which is also Balzac for those people wondering who Huawei was talking about. I'm surprised you didn't smell him when he wafted in, Huawei.
Exactly.
I think Zach, yeah, I stole one of his phrases. He always says that one.
There's a Pantera video called Vulgar Video, and they talk about Zachlys. And Zachlys is when your balls and your armpits smell exactly the same. You know you've done the tour hard enough when you've got that stank on.
Well, that's a good one. Yeah, that thing looked like a bloody achievement in its own, CT3, that house, cubby house, tree house, whatever you want to call it. Very impressive. It took for your birthday, and happy belated birthday. You don't look a day under 72. You're doing well, mate. I'm sure he's like probably only 34 or something. But, you can't resist an age joke when someone's birthday has occurred.
Yeah. So Paddy says Rogues Gallery. But we are the Rogues.
Rogues Gallery. Where does that term come from?
Off he goes. Haagen-Dazs. Did you watch Andor?
No, I haven't watched it yet.
It is trash.
Is it bad?
I don't like it one bit. It was like, this is boring as fuck.
Well, it is, like they did say before they were going to put it out, that it was a different approach to a Star Wars story. So we were supposed to get different vibes and feelings from it.
Yeah.
I quite liked it.
Buying it. My time's more precious to watch this gutter trash. The scenes where they show the children and they're all speaking another language. It was just like, there's no subtitles, so there's no engagement. You can't understand what they're talking about. Maybe it was just like, this is just, why am I watching this? This is horrible. It's a made up language and I can't understand it. And I know they're selling this story of tribes people fighting against mining and their planet being not respected by the Empire and the Empire going into decay. And, you know, it's interesting, but it just didn't fucking get me. It didn't grab me.
Yeah, I made the mistake of my first watch was when did it start? Was it last week? The first 3 episodes came out, or the week before? Anyway, I watched it, you know, quite a few hours after the stream, so I was quite a little bit tiddly. So yeah, I fell asleep watching it and had to watch it all again. So
yeah, I think
I'm enjoying it.
I'm not like, okay, I've talked about this before, probably too many times. Blacky's probably mad at me, but the prequel stuff is just stupid. Like, you know, I mean, it's like the it's like the Lord of the Rings. Like any of the characters that show up in the Lord of the Rings, you're like, oh, that guy doesn't die, right? I haven't watched the new Lord of the Rings, but I know that there are characters that are in the later, right? And it's like, if you're watching something and it's supposed to be like suspenseful, right? Like, we're going to get the documents for the Death Star. And it's like, well, we already know that you got the documents. We know that you got the plans. We know that you succeed in the plans. And it's like, oh, the rug pull was they died, you know, and you're like, yeah, none of these people were in the other movies. So they were going to die, right? Like they're not in A New Hope. They're not in there anywhere. So we would assume that they're all dead, right? Or would they just be not hanging around at this point, right? So it's like, I mean, I just don't understand doing the prequel stuff, you know, because isn't Andor like sort of the making of what's his name, the pilot, right? What's the pilot guy's name?
From what?
Oh, Andor pilot
Cassian
guy.
Andor.
What the hell is his name? I haven't even watched it.
Wedge.
What's that?
Wedge? No.
No, what's his name? Diego Luna as Cassian, right?
Yeah.
Like, this is the making of Cassian, right? You know he's not going to die because he's in Rogue One, right?
Yeah.
Like, okay, so here's a very suspenseful fight scene. Oh, well, he's not going to die, and he wasn't missing any limbs or an eyeball or anything like that, so...
I like how they've already brought what's her name's the designer of the Death Star. He's already in there. That was a fun scene.
It's like I definitely enjoyed like Obi-Wan battling Darth Vader, but it's like, what? Okay, they're battling now, and it's supposed to be like super intense, but like both of these schmucks make it. Neither of them. There's no like. They're both going to make it. They're in the later movies, right? So, yeah. I mean, I don't know. To me, it's just like a clear flaw in the storytelling as far as I'm concerned, because it's like, yeah, these guys will be fine. They're just, you know, Rocky 3 will be coming out in a year, and they'll both be in it because they're going to both survive. You know, then Rocky 4 is coming out. But then Rocky 5, you get the guy from Rocky 2. He's coming back, and then now they're too old, so now we got to do the Rocky 6, but it's not Rocky 6, it's Creed. He's another guy, but then the other guys are going to come back, but they're old now, so that's the big deal, right? Like, I don't, you know, if you make the prequel, it's like, let's say you make Rocky before he was Rocky, right? And you're like, yeah, it doesn't really matter what happens to this guy because he's going to get the title bout here in like however many couple years. You know, it's going to work out. You know, it's going to be all right. Like, oh, crap, he went through some real hardship being a garbage man for a year before the other movie started, you know. Then he got the title fight, and then they're, oh, Rocky, and then they made a statue and all that. You know what I mean? You're like, what's the origin story doesn't make a whole lot of sense to me of like, yeah, he kind of looks older than the movie that he was in before, where he's actually supposed to be older in that movie. But whatever, dudes. It's all good. Just suspend disbelief. He's not going to die, though. He's not going to crash. He could be flying around in a ship. You're gonna fly
Hello,
around in a
Sergeant.
ship, and it's not gonna
And
crash.
Aubrey.
He's gonna miraculously get away somehow. You know.
The probably the only thing I can see positive out of Andor is that it's the most normie Star Wars story I've ever seen.
Oh, is it?
So it might grab viewers into the Star Wars universe that previously thought this is too fantastical, too full on, too amazing, too extreme,
Mm-hmm.
and too theatrical. So I can get into this story because it's kind of like a detective
Little bit
story,
more stage.
you know,
Right.
bit of environmental messages. You know, it's virtue signaling for the Star Wars universe in a way, but also, yeah, tapping into that basic market.
Yeah.
It just doesn't
that'll-
do it for me. I just want to see some lightsabers go slash.
Right.
Like, give me
But
some
like,
brutality.
can we just move on with the story? Like, can we just move on? Like, what happens?
Yeah.
What
Push it
happens
forward.
25 years from now? Like, what happens?
Yeah.
I do. I do.
You know, I mean, they tried to do that with the 7, 8, and 9, basically, right? And obviously failed at it because basically an error in going like, hey, why didn't we collaborate on all 3 of the scripts here so they would all make sense? Like, why don't we do that? And then overview the plan ahead of time, and then instead of firing a guy and then bringing J.J. Abrams in, you know what I mean? Like, I you know, it's just I know that they tried to do that and tried to move the story forward, and then I'm sure that they had plans to do like something moving forward later with like Rey and oh god, what's his name? The guy who died. He died. The new Darth Vader. What's his name?
Adam Driver.
Adam Driver. Yeah, Adam Driver in Star Wars. You know, I think that they were going to try to do like another 3 movies after that so that they could age, and then, you know, because you could take a break, you could kind of age them up a little bit, and then something could happen like down the line or whatever. Obviously, the ending was totally ridiculously and stupid, but you know, like, just move on, just move forward in the timeline. Hey, a bunch of crap happened, and it's 100 years later. And
Well, we're gonna get
here's
Acolyte
Steve.
thing.
Here's Steve the Finch. He's got a lightsaber, and it's wild, and this is a weird universe. You know, like I don't know.
I do anticipate. Aubrey mentioned the Bothans, so yeah, I do want to see where the Bothan spies come into it if they come into the series of Andor,
Right?
so we can get closure because they always mention the Bothan spies.
Like you
So
could,
many Bothan spies died to bring us this information.
to be honest, like you could do a prequel, but you got to go like, you got to go back like who trained Yaddle, right? Like how did Yaddle's teacher die, right? Because Yaddle's the one that taught Yoda, right? Or
I don't know if that's
supposedly.
correct.
We don't know if they taught him or not, but they were like the only Green Goblin Jedi, right?
Until Grogu.
Yeah.
That
I mean,
we know
you could go way back and like do the founding of Mandalore, right? And like nobody knows if because those guys are all dead by the time the stuff comes around. Like you could go back and try and do that or whatever, but I don't know. My whole thing is like, if you start a story, you got to move forward, right? And it's been 50 years now. Like, move the story forward so we're not stuck like dealing with the Skywalkers, you know? Like, but you know, they're currently like making movies of like, there was this 6-month period in between these 3 years, there was a 6-month period that people are probably a little not knowing about. Let's make a whole series of what happened in those 6 months. And let me tell you something. Hey guys, they harvested because it was harvest season, baby. You know,
I think if you're looking for progression, instead of watching Star Wars, you need to watch the Marvel stuff, because like the She-Hulk thing is so good. It is so bloody excellent And
Oh yeah,
some,
I haven't watched She-Hulk yet because I went back because I never really watched Breaking Bad. Like I always just caught episodes of it every once in a while.
yeah,
And it was like it was real spotty in my head. So I went back and watched the whole Breaking Bad. Right. And here is a perfect prime example of what I'm talking about. They made Breaking Bad, then they made Better Call Saul. You got a side character in Breaking Bad who made it out and away, and then you give his origin story and then what happened after, right? And then like where he went. And so like there's a good example of like, hey, the people in Breaking Bad all died. You know, they're all dead. The Nazis are dead. You know, Walter White's dead. Like, yeah, they're all dead. A bunch of everybody died. Hank's dead. They're all dead. So what do we do? It's like, well, let's take Bob Odenkirk's character and let him run with it and see how it goes. And that's pretty successful as far as I could tell. You know, they didn't go back and like, what's the origin of Walter White? Let's do Walter White in college. Walter White, the college years.
Or when he's a
know.
boring chemistry teacher.
Ba-ba-da-ba-ba-ba-ba. Walter White, college years. Doodle-doodle-doo-doo. You know, like, what the like, why? I don't even think that's ever crossed anyone's mind. Like, let's make that show, guys. You know,
oh, what have you started on?
but for some reason, like, people get in and start brainstorming about Star Wars, and they're like, you know what we should do? Okay, check it out. Does anybody know when they got on the destroyer and then went from here to there, what happened during the flight? You know, like, what the fuck? What is happening? Like, I don't, you know. I don't know. I watched this big long preview and the making of Andor, and the interviews with the actors and the interviews with the director and the producers and all this stuff. And I got to tell you, it took the wind right out of my sails. I was all stoked to like watch Andor, and then I watched that like 15-minute thing that they put out, and then I was like, yeah, I don't know. It's not on my it's not a high on my priority list. So I don't know. I'm gonna go watch it. ZB might agree. Loki is the best. That show crushed it, dude. Like they literally went like, well, what happened? What happened with Loki? What happened? You know? And then it's like, oh, hey, there's all this like wacky nonsense going on out here in the MCU. Why don't we expand on this weird stuff and start to bring in some of these, like real out there characters and everything, you know? I don't know. You put Owen Wilson in. If you put Owen Wilson in something, I'm probably gonna watch it because that dude rips, man. Even if it's a romantic comedy, I'm probably gonna check it out. To be honest.
You watch Married Me? Did you check that out?
What was it called?
Oh no, I haven't seen that one yet. I was waiting for a flight to watch that one.
Yeah, we watched that the other night just as a romantic thing for me and Emma to watch, and it was pretty impressive.
Yeah,
pretty cool concept. And oh my god, Jennifer Lopez looks fine as fuck. She's killing it, man. I don't know what she's taken, but she looks great for her.
That's what she does. That's she's been doing that for a long time.
Yeah.
She's like 50 or something, isn't she?
Oh,
I don't know. Let me check.
Damn fine. She is wine. Just getting better with age.
I'm going to backtrack a little bit. We're speaking of Yaddle. Yaddle gets a appearance in the upcoming Tales of the Jedi series too. But it's it's prequel era stuff as well, so she's still quite young. Not as hairy.
Yeah, she's 53.
She's like the female Brad Pitt. Still got it. Like he's 60, isn't he? And crikey.
Yeah, I don't know. It said recommended search. People also search for Shakira, and she's crushing it at 45. I don't know. I saw her on some. She was on like Jimmy Fallon or something and it like popped up on my YouTube autoplay thing, and I was like, "What the hell is this?" And then it was like Shakira was on there, and I was like, "Oh hey, yeah, she's yeah, all right, yep."
That's Central American blood, eh?
Yeah, that's one of those things like, yep. She gotta, yep. She works out a lot. I don't know how many kids does she have? 2, 3? I don't know.
No idea.
The new
Hocus
Hocus Pocus. Yeah, I'm not. I don't want to. I don't
Was
want
that
to.
a Meryl Streep vehicle? Was she in that? And
Was it Meryl
Cher-
Streep? Who was it in there? I know Vicky is excited to watch. It's Bette Midler, Sarah Jessica Parker, and who's the other one? Yeah, Bette Midler played the main.
Yeah, that's right.
Sarah Jessica Parker and Kathy Najimy. That's right. She's the black-haired one.
She's from My Big Fat Greek Wedding, yeah?
Yeah, she's a good actress for sure. Funny as hell. But yeah, Vicky wants to watch that, and I'm like, I keep having to tell her, it's like Olivia is not old enough to watch that movie. That movie will freak her out.
Unless they do it for kids with lots of hidden adult stuff in it, adult jokes. That's a sign of a quality kids movie, is when the adults can pick the big people jokes and the kids straight over their head.
Aubrey has a good point. He says, so they should have a series about Gungan culture and what led up to Jar Jar being banished and in that swamp.
Yeah, I'd like to know that backstory. I have a strange feeling it's in a comic, though.
I have to admit, I would like to see that backstory. Like, what did he get? What was the joke? The joke was like he got banned. Well, he got banished for being clumsy, right? Wasn't that what it was? I think it was like him being clumsy.
No, I think that was him just minimizing,
right,
reducing the story to something.
It's like it's either that or he literally comes from a society that shuns the clumsy, which boy howdy, that is that's got to be a pretty intense society, is all I'm saying.
That's only a form of eugenics, isn't it?
It sounds like it to me. It sounds pretty final solution as far as I'm concerned. But they didn't murder him. They just banished him. They just said, you got to get out of here. You got to get your genetics out of here. You got to go.
And
you got to go. We don't care where you go. You just have to go away. Right.
Ballspace says it was because he was the true Sith Lord. I don't know if you've seen the videos on the YouTubes where they cut it all together and show that, or try and show that Jar Jar is actually a Sith. It's quite funny.
Probably is. It's probably true.
I've seen I've read a supposed blog post by George Lucas, and he said that enough people online didn't get the message about Jar Jar being a Sith Lord, and they just canned the whole storyline about exploring that for the following 2 releases, which they were going to explore more because no one got it. There wasn't enough internet culture to actually go, hang on, at the right time. He was waiting for people to catch on, but there was no mention of anyone picking up on that angle, and he just went, nope, put it in the trash bin, set it on fire, fuck this, abandon where. So we missed out on some very special storytelling. That would be worthy of exploring, I think.
He can do wonderful flips and somersaults and whatnot.
Yes.
So he can't be that clumsy. It sounds like a cover story.
It's a cover story. He's got his deep cover going on,
big time.
And because he's a digital character, they could easily tap into that about how he's a young child, maybe got possessed by a Sith Lord who was a Darth Sidious or something that wanted to be immortal, and worked out who trained the Emperor Palpatine
Palpatine is Darth Sidious, Darth Plagueis.
Sorry, yeah. Whoever his predecessor was told
Plagueis.
Sidious that. What's that?
Darth Plagueis.
Plagueis worked out immortality, so I think Plagueis transferred his soul into the Gungan, and we'll get a reveal about that one day.
Yeah, I'd say it's definitely worth investigating. That's the sort of pre stuff that we can get into, the hidden gems that aren't just filling in blanks.
Some quality. Yeah. If we're going to go mining into the past, we might as well get some fucking gems out of it rather than just trash
Rinse and repeat.
ore that we've got to refine. Yeah.
You got a fire stick, Josh? Do you want a discount?
What's that? What's a fire stick?
Goes in the back of your telly and runs your, puts all of your Disney and Netflix and YouTube.
I've
and
already
all
got
that
a Chromecast in both the TVs at home, so I'm sorted.
Yeah. I got it for the old previous TV, and now the new TV does pretty much all the stuff that the Fire Stick does anyway.
Yeah, nice. The Chromecast got an upgrade, so now if I have it set to normal TV, to the tuner, because it's a dumb TV, if I turn on the Chromecast, I'll go to stream to the Chromecast, the TV magically changes input channels for me.
Yeah, right. Yeah, my
I'm
Chromecast does that, I think. If I stream something to the Chromecast, it instantly flicks over to where the Chromecast is.
Very clever. I didn't know it was possible. I just tried it one day and went, what the hell is this? This is magic.
Huawei Dooku did have a daft name, didn't he? Bloody hell, what was it?
In the Book of the Sith and in the Book of the Jedi, he just writes Dooku as far as I remember.
Tyrannus. Darth Tyrannus, that's right.
Tyrannus. Yeah, cool.
He was was it? No, he Yoda was his master at one stage when Dooku was still a Jedi. That's right. I was going to say it was the other way around, but that wouldn't make sense.
If they want to get all deep fakey, that would be some cool stories to see Yoda and Tyrannus doing their thing.
When he was still a Jed.
Yeah, do the training stories, rather than it being about combat and people dying and.
Well, I have a strange feeling we'll get a bit of that in Tales from the Jedi, the new animated one coming out soon, and we got Bad Batch coming out soon as well, season 2. And by the way, this did not help me find out what Rogue's Gallery meant. It told me what Rogue Elephant was and other rogue things, but no Rogue's Gallery. So, if you know where it came from, pop it in the comments below or in the chat over there.
Maybe there'd be less yelling if you read more books. Well, wait.
No, it was a good score. My sister comes and visits on Tuesdays, and she gets in and cleans out cupboards and stuff, and she found that the other day. And being an eager etymologist, I thought that'd be a handy one to have around. And then I thought, first opportunity to actually use it, and didn't help me out. Daily reminder, the AT4 has a minimum arming distance of 10 metres. Don't forget it. Will that be in the quiz later on, Casval?
Oh.
Do I have to study all of the things about the AT4? What's an AT4 anyway?
What is the AT4?
I got a new audio interface coming, and I got a new camera today, webcam. I don't think it looks any different though, except that it's a wider angle lens than the one built into my laptop. But it does webcam. It does do 1080p though, so fingers crossed. when I'm recording my other show on the professional version of StreamYard, I might be able to actually record in 1080p for once. Yeah, the only difference between this one and the old one is this one's supposed to do 60, whatever you call it, frames in 720.
You've got a faster refresh rate.
How's the other show going?
Oh yeah, it's going pretty good actually. We're getting more and more viewers each week, and when we release the episode, we do it as a premiere and sit there in the chat and talk to people. And there's been a few people hanging out for quite a while through the episode and whatnot. So we're getting more, what do you call it, viewer retention and stuff. It's, you got to grow these things slowly. We got to do 2 episodes this week, which is going to be a little bit full on because Comedy Bang Bang released a bonus episode, a live episode from the recent live tour.
Oh, really?
And we weren't going to, well, I thought we weren't going to cover it, but yeah, then we decided that we would. So we're going to try and do a recording of that one tonight, and then we'll do the regular episode tomorrow night, hopefully. The guy Brendan that I do it with, he's a Geelong fan, and Geelong won the Australian Rules Football Grand Final at the weekend. So he's quite happy about that his team's finally won. I'm sure they've won quite recently again, but yeah, I don't follow the football, so I don't really know. But apparently on tonight's episode, I'll be pretending that I do follow the football and know stuff about it. See how good my acting skills are to be that good at pretending.
American football?
No, Australian football.
Oh, okay.
The one where they're all over the place and kick and punch the ball and tackle and get 6 points or 1 point for scorings and stuff. Thanks, Huawei. Yeah, check out those after the Bang Bang shows. We have fun while we do them. I get to burp, even though I get censored.
If American football was order, AFL is chaos. It is hard to watch.
Yeah.
I've never gotten into it. I think it's ridiculous. I really don't like the way that they celebrate people for catching a ball, but just totally ignore the fact that the guy catching the ball need another bloke in the back of the head, and he's on the ground in pain, and no one gives a shit because someone caught the ball.
And you've got to leave him alone for 10 meters. You've got to be away from him or something.
Yeah, while he kicks it to get it to someone else and sets up aerial ping pong.
I think the distance required to claim a mark is only 10 meters too. So you can do a tiny little kick to a dude just over there. And then he can, then the game stops while he does his kick from the mark. That's what they call it when they catch the ball, a mark.
Yeah.
Do you know Gaelic football? It's similar to Gaelic football.
Oh, I'm familiar with Australian rules football. I wouldn't know a single player or anything like that.
Yeah, I couldn't tell you any either. It
is chaos. I will 100% agree with your assessment that it's just chaos. Like, I don't even know. Like, that guy just punched the ball. That guy just punched the ball to that guy. Okay, well,
they're not allowed to throw
he's kicking it. He's going for a kick.
You're not allowed to just throw the ball. You get penalized, or the opposition gets a free kick if you just throw the ball. It has to be punched to be a legitimate pass.
Right.
And GRB has clarified it's 15 meters for a mark, not 10 meters. I think it's 10 meters that they can run with the ball before they have to bounce it or put it on the ground or something like that.
You got to bounce it, or you got to punch it to somebody else.
Yeah.
Or you can kick it. Can you kick it to your own players, or can you only kick it on a try?
Yeah,
kicking's the best way to get it around the field quickly because it's quite a big oval field.
Yeah, you just punt that damn thing over to some dude over there who's going to crash into another guy, and this guy over here is just kick that guy in the back for no reason.
I do. It's like,
just open field fouls. Like the ball's not even around. These guys are just fighting.
That's what I was going to say. Is most of the fun stuff happens off the ball, so it's going on way over here. So it's not exactly the best game to watch on telly. But I have, here comes another AFL fan. Brothers, how are you, mate? I've been to, I think I've been to 2 Aussie rules games. Say that 47 times rapid.
Wow.
At the stadium, and it is so much better to watch when you're at the ground because you don't necessarily remain focused on the ball. You watch these 2 dudes down here having a little bit of a wrestle and a niggle, and those guys over there are almost punching on. Oh, here comes the ball. Yeah, that's a little bit of interesting stuff for a second, but you're not just totally fixated on only what the telly wants you to see. You know, you can check out all that other dodgy shit going on in the background.
Yeah, you know, growing up where I live, there is a so you guys are familiar with the NHL, the hockey league, right?
Yes.
So they have leagues below them, right? That are like developmental leagues. They're like, we got those guys down there, and then if they get good, we could bring them up to our team, right? And we have 2 local teams here. Well, there's 5 local teams in Washington, and then there's some in Oregon and Idaho, and they all play each other. But the local team, the T-Birds, are the short for the Thunderbirds, right? When I was a kid, we would go to these hockey games because they're professional. Like, these guys are getting paid money to play the hockey. But it was basically like a fist fight on ice. Like, I mean, there was one game that we went to. There were 5 fights in the first minute of the first period.
Nice.
It was like, what the fuck, man?
Yeah.
Like, you're just like, I don't understand what is happening. Like, the refs got to a point where there was only 2 players on either side. And so they restarted it. They restarted the game. They were basically like, all right, well, all these penalties negate each other because we don't have enough players on the ice.
Yeah,
right?
Kiss and make up, boys, and start again.
So then they brought 5 and 5 out again, and they just started fighting. They were like, all right, well, now we're fighting again. So, yeah. It was brilliant, man, because you would go, and eventually they would get over the fighting and start playing hockey for a little while, and then they would start fighting again, you know.
Wow.
But it was pretty brilliant. But then, so it being a developmental league, if you kind of know anything about hockey, like when you're like 15, 16 and you're like really good, they're going to put you in those pro leagues, right? And those pro leagues, they have all the guys that sort of like washed out of the NHL, or like maybe were never good enough to make it to the NHL. So you're talking about like a 35-year-old full grown ass man who likes to punch people a lot. That's kind of his whole thing in life, right?
Because he's pissed off he didn't make it.
Yeah, I got some skates and I'm going to punch some people. You know, that's kind of his whole MO. And then there'll be like some 16-year-old like going to be a star someday kind of player come out and just getting beat up by a grown man, you know, like technically it turns out that's a crime, right? Because it
also technically it separates the wheat from the chaff, doesn't it?
Well, it's an actual felony because it's an adult attacking a minor, like an actual underage minor, right? So eventually they outlawed fighting in that league. So they break it up like super quick now. But man, when I was a kid, it was great because it was like the dingiest hockey matches you ever been to. Like the whole place was full of like cigar smoke and beer all over the ground, and just like I don't even know if they cleaned that arena, you know, kind of place. And man, it's just there would be blood on the ice tonight. It didn't matter when you went either. It would be like a Tuesday, and they were like fired up, like let's go, you know.
That's what used to make rugby league so great in Australia. It was the beef was a big thing of the game. You know, when people did fuck up and hurt each other, their teammates would rush in and just death the other players, and then just be all in brawls.
Yeah,
it was seriously the golden age.
Now there's a fight.
If you don't know NRL or rugby league, check out some old vintage videos of Bring Back the Biff, and there was even a guy on the local footy show with a shirt, and he'd be like, "Bring back the Biff." We need to have a bit more fighting in rugby league, because now they just get up in each other's necks, like grab hold of their shirts, and they could punch on, but they just push with their fists and they shove, but they don't actually strike.
They throw a punch
again, and then they get it out.
Yeah, if you throw
Really
a punch,
punchy.
I think you get sin bin straight away, don't you? For 10 minutes,
that's
just for a
right.
punch,
Send
and then
off.
you're probably going to
See
be
ya.
off for a week.
Yep, one on report, you get banned for a couple of games, or you miss the rest of the season if you punch on. So it's
Right.
And their team rosters aren't that, they don't have room for brawlers because people are getting paid. But it would be good if we had some professional pugilists on the team to, get in there, and instead of there just being the kicker and the forwards who are really strong.
Yeah.
Maybe we need some punches, some.
And then there's the old theory about when the state of origin's on, the refs allowed a 10 to 15 minute softening up period at the start of the game where they could be a little bit naughty and drop the shoulders and drop the elbows in tackles and whatnot.
Yeah.
But yeah, I think even now they can't clamp down on that in the big games. It's not fair. I still advocate bring back the biff. It's a heavy contact sport. What's a punch or an elbow here and there? What's the difference between slamming your bodies against one another than slamming one of your body parts into a body part of the opposition? It's the same thing. G'day, Chevy Fish. Long time no see.
Yeah. I think the funniest T-Birds game we were ever at, we got seats right behind the opponent's team bench, which in hockey you just have like a piece of plexiglass in between, and it's like a wall. Like that wall down there is like removable, so it's like barely attached, and the plexiglass is like connected to other plexiglass. So it's not really that much of a wall. And I got to admit, like my buddy Kyle, he was just going in on this guy from I don't even know, Tri-Cities or something.
You mean from the stands? He was giving him shit from behind.
Well, I'm telling you, like in hockey, you're right there. Like the player's right there on the other side of the plexiglass. Like they can hear you, and if they turn around, you're face to face. There's just some simple aquarium plexi in between you and that guy. And Kyle was just like going in on this guy the whole game. Every time he came back on his rotation, every time he came back to the bench, Kyle was just yelling at this guy. And eventually the guy, like, he was going to meet us in the parking lot. Like, that was his plan. He was like, going out to the parking lot right now. like, all right, let's go out there. Didn't find him. He wasn't.
There's a great Bogan song on YouTube called "You Me Car Park Now."
Well, the guy just like he headed back to the locker room because he was just like, I can't take this anymore. He was so fucking
defeated.
pissed. Like jumped out on the ice and losing his mind. And
how old Kyle? Do you say that's your brother or your friend?
He's just a guy. He's a buddy of mine.
Was he would he have been up to the task if the car park was on? Could he back himself up? Because I appreciate that if someone's got a mouth and they can back it up, but if they've got a mouth and then the trouble starts and they cringe and cower away, I don't appreciate that.
Kyle wasn't a particularly big guy, but he was definitely loaded, which meant he would go for it. He would have been in it. I wouldn't say it's not like he's a dude that's like 6'6", 280 or something, like crushing people like the Mountain or something, but it would have been a scrap. I've seen him get in a couple of fights, and I wouldn't say he won any fights he was in, but I wouldn't say he lost them either.
Yeah, that's a good fight.
So Corvus, in Australia, the ex-NRL footy players who quit the game because of retirement, they get involved with the boxing promotions.
The donkey circuit.
Oh, they do?
It's hilarious.
Is it just
you
like bare
actually
knuckle?
they
bare
get
knuckle
to get
fighting?
their fighting spirit out on screen on pay-per-view.
Yeah.
And it's quite an enthralling escapade.
Yeah, we have
they
that
got
here
in
too. It's
America
called
for the
bum
hockey
fights.
players?
I don't know if you've
What's
ever
that?
heard of it. We have that here too. It's called bum fights.
Bum
Yeah,
fights,
similar sort of thing, except these dudes are making bank.
big bang.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
What about Paul Gallen's one 2 weekends ago? I think he fought 2 different dudes on the same night.
Uh-huh.
Wow.
How much money?
That'd
How
be
much money
awesome.
are we talking about here?
Oh, like 6 and 7 figures probably. It's like a normal boxing promotion. They make ridiculous amounts of money. And Paul Gallen, this ex-Cronulla football player, let's just say he's not a very popular man amongst the general community. So
He's a heel.
I think most people tune into the fights because they're hoping to see him get the shit beat out of him. But
What's his name?
Paul
Gallen.
Gallen, spelt like
Paul
your
Gallen?
liquid measurement. Oh no, actually, it's an E.
Gallen.
Australian professional boxer. Okay, here we go.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's also had some interesting urinary videos on the internet and stuff. I think
that was Carney. Carney did the bubbler. Todd Carney. He got booted
Gallen
for pissing in his own mouth.
Yeah,
He got recorded
I'm pretty sure Gallen's had some interesting fines and punishments based on some interesting toilet behaviours as well. Back in the
Infamy
day.
is the name of the game.
Yeah.
Ball
It doesn't
space,
say.
right.
For some reason, it doesn't say.
It
It doesn't say what his weight is, but he says it's 5'10" and a half,
He's huge.
and he's a heavyweight.
Yeah.
He's a
So-
stocky motherfucker.
Pretty
Alright.
solid. That's an inch shorter than me. Inch and a half even.
Yeah, you got a TKO. You got a TKO last weekend and a win.
Was that in his dual fight?
Yeah, I guess that guy it only went 1 round. I guess he must have been pretty quick. Whatever. What's a
that was probably
UD? I'm not sure what a UD is. I don't know.
Undefeated.
No. Hold on, let me find the key code here. I don't even know. It doesn't have
What's
one.
the context?
He won, so it's a win dash UD.
Oh,
I don't know.
unanimous decision
Unanimous decision. Yeah, that makes sense.
where all the judges agreed.
But it said it only went 1 round.
Yeah, that must mean he just smashed the person in the first
Just
round.
knocked
who
him
was that
down or
against?
something. I don't know. I think that one of the weirdest fights I saw recently was this like bare knuckle fight, and the heavyweight guy just like twisted his knee and fell down, and you're like,
Yeesh.
okay,
What a way
that's
to go.
yeah, that's one way to get beat in the boxing ring, I guess.
I watched some of them the other day. I think sometimes the female fights are more brutal than the male fights. This one fight I watched, the girl had this massive cut under her eye and bleeding from her forehead, and yeah, bare knuckle. I suppose people still get cut with bloody boxing gloves and UFC gloves as well.
I'm trying to see how much money he won. I'm interested, and I'm wondering how much they won, because I know these low card guys don't actually make like that much money.
Yeah, it's certainly not your international belts and whatnot.
Well, because
but,
like a while ago, I was listening to one of the MMA analyst guys, and he was going through and he was kind of breaking down like, yeah, these guys, you might go through and you might win like 25 grand in a fight, but you like spent 6 months preparing for it or whatever, right? Or
Yeah.
4 months preparing for it.
you got trainers to pay and food
trainers,
to buy.
food, all that, like all the gym money and all this like kind of crap where you're like, yeah, you might have won 25 grand, but you're actually like 10 grand in the hole.
Yeah,
Like,
most
you know.
of them are barely breaking even.
Yeah. So I don't know how much money he made. I was just trying to figure it out. But
He's probably it's good money, and I would imagine I definitely was overshooting the mark saying 7 figures, but yeah, easy big 6 figures they're making because it's just such a televisual spectacle. All these old football people that you know, people go, oh, I remember when he played football, so I want to go and watch him punch the shit out of someone.
Yeah.
I think they stopped that Reebok stuff, didn't they? Ball space. They, I think they can. Aren't they back to doing whatever they want, or is UFC taken? It's all UFC apparel.
I don't know.
now?
I think that UFC has these like really bad contracts for the UFC guys. But the reason I brought that up is that same stuff applies to a lot of the lower these lower card boxers and stuff. It's the same kind of thing, you know, paying for the coaching, paying for the nutrition, paying for the gym time. You know, you don't have most of these guys don't have a job because this is essentially their job, right? So, you know, I don't know. To me, it's just like, you know, I don't know. Just it never really seemed like financially like a good idea. But I guess if you like can get some renown and then like have a bunch of renown around your name, like this guy Paul Gallen has like 140,000 followers on Instagram and like 200,000 people following him on Twitter and stuff like that. So he's probably got some like endorsement deals and stuff like that. Those are probably
Where he
better
gets the bulk of his
than
cash,
what he's
yeah.
making in the ring, you know.
Yeah, potentially, but again, he is like Z-Beam said before. He is a wee bit of a heel.
Right.
So yeah, I'm not 100, and he does have history of being a naughty boy in the press. So I'm not 100% certain how many promoters want to get behind him. But like you say, he's got a lot of followers. He's out there. He's a public figure, and
Well, yeah, that's the thing.
Public figures are sponsorable, aren't they?
Well, that's the thing is like once you get like renowned around you, it's like the same thing with like being a heel in wrestling. You know, it's like you become you know, you got
Can I
a
just
big
say,
following,
can I
and
just
then you
say
get,
there is no D at the end of the word renown.
So in
Just
Cronulla,
for future
where he's
reference.
from, the team.
I can say renowned if I want.
Oh,
can
okay.
say-
You can. All right, I'll let
You
you.
mispronounce 98% of the words that you say
I know.
simply by the fact that half of Australian nonsense that comes out of your mouth is just made up gibberish.
So
Yeah.
where Paul
I
Gallen's
accept that.
from is Cronulla, and Cronulla is a part of what they call the Shire in Sydney. And there's just a lot of boganism and money, and just it's very tribal. So he's got a lot of fans who tune in, you know. And our ex-prime minister loved the Sharkies, so even our ex-prime minister is probably tuning in to watch Paul Gallen punch on, you know.
Yeah.
Loving it with his kickbacks of being an ex-prime minister and getting paid to do nothing.
The Sutherland Shire.
No, I'll never be nice to these Australians. You can't trust them.
I don't want him to be. Who's
Their
telling you
lineage
to
is-
be nice? Ah, right. Vicky's telling you to be nice, is she?
Yeah, she's telling me to be nice. The peanut gallery's back here. The Pinage gallery. I don't know. You guys can't see her.
I appreciate the support,
She's-
Vicky, but I wouldn't expect anything less from your man.
Yeah, we need to cop some shit. It's healthy.
It's true.
It's like water off a duck's back.
What's going on over there?
Aluminum.
Yeah, we'll always have aluminum Z-beam. We'll always have that.
Used to be over in this range over here.
Your Haagen-Dazs?
I'm Haagen-Dazs. Haagen-Dazs.
Are you mispronouncing your words?
No, that's how Chris Lukup requires me to say it.
Oh.
Lukup.
Yeah, we should develop
What's up,
a
babe?
list
What do you got going on
of
over there?
words that are very different.
Some ibuprofen
said
in a bag?
American and Australian.
Oregano.
You
Ah,
could just
that's
say,
right,
yeah, it's
I
ibuprofen.
was
Yeah,
trying to
it's
click for that
ibuprofen.
one.
Yeah, it's
so-
ibuprofen.
All right.
Hey, babe.
I like the cilantro coriander thing.
No, it's
It
a
all
hand.
sucks.
She's got a
it's
fly
the last-
situation going on over there.
Oh, no good.
He is outside, though.
Oh.
He's looking for some butts to smack.
That's Blacky. Where are you at right now? Where are you sitting?
Yeah, I'm outside. I'm semi outside, I always say, because I do have a roof, but I am in the out of doors.
On the what?
On the what? I'm on a
What
chair.
do you call it? What do you call that back area back there?
Oh, pergola. The pergola.
Pergola.
I've put some coffee in the pergola.
Percolator.
Carry on then. Come on, buddy.
We'll continue percolating.
Goodness.
That's right.
One sec, guys.
Take 3. Oregano.
So, what's your take on Andor? Are you liking it?
Yeah, I'm quite enjoying it.
Yeah.
I'm still. Oh, is a new episode out today? I think, but yeah, I've only done the first 3, and yeah, I don't mind it. I think it's good.
Yeah, I haven't watched it yet.
You know, I'm a bit of a sucker. I can enjoy. You know, I can enjoy the prequel movies. I can enjoy the sequel movies. So yeah, I'm quite lax with my criticism on the Star Wars universe, even though it's quite often there, but I just don't necessarily feel it's something for me necessary to constantly tout. Man, the March flies are out in force now that this warm weather has started.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I mean, I guess just my brain, you know, I don't know. It's my brain, you know, like if I'm watching something and there's just like these wacky continuity errors and, you know, like when I find myself just like daydreaming off or whatever, you know, because I'm like, oh, whatever, these guys are fighting, but, you know, he's going to make it out. Like, you know what I mean? I don't know. That stuff just makes me like, oh, I start thinking about other stuff like work and shit, and I don't want to do that, right?
Yeah, while
You know?
you're trying to be carried away into a
Yeah.
fictional land.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So
I think
I mean,
my biggest critique of it is that I'm not necessarily a huge fan of Diego Luna. Get out of there! But you know, he owns the role now, I guess. So we have to have him.
yeah, I mean, he got cast for it, and they're just going to continue making stuff with him in it. You know, I don't know.
Man, can these? I got flies of all different sizes hassling me. Welcome to Australia.
Right. Ball Space says it's why I can't watch anything MCU related. You know, there are a lot of like continuity errors and stuff in the MCU, which would be fun to make some videos about at some point. But also at the same time, like more often than not, like at least the story's like moving forward, right?
Yeah.
You know, to the point where like, you know, even like all of the X-Men movies were literally like Wolverine Part 1, Wolverine Part 2, Wolverine Part 3, Wolverine Part 4, which ultimately was fine by me because it's like, yeah, I mean, you guys want to focus on Wolverine because he's obviously the most like polarizing character that you guys can put up there. You know, Jean Grey wasn't all that exciting. Like Jubilee's not all that exciting.
Jubilee could go off. If they could
Cyclops
bring
isn't
up
all that
Wolverine
exciting.
And do
What's
the
that?
early stories of Jubilee and Wolverine when she was young, that would be awesome.
Who's Jubilee?
That's what got me into Marvel Comics, was reading the stories of Jubilee sidekicking.
No, so yeah, I mean, I look at like the comics and the MCU as sort of like two very different things, you know, because they were trying to adapt they were trying to adapt comic books, and like Mr. Sunday Films, like they just did a recap on the 2003, like the Ang Lee's Hulk, right? You remember that one, the big
That was
wide
the
Hulk?
Edward Norton one, wasn't it?
No, it was the
Abomination.
No, Ang Lee's Hulk. Who was that guy? I can't remember that guy's name.
Eric Bana.
Eric Bana, yeah.
Yeah.
It's the Eric Bana one, the Jennifer Connelly one, which
Yeah.
Jennifer Connelly gets like 4 thumbs up from me at all points in time.
Oh, yeah.
Forever, probably forever. You know, it's all good. But you know, the MCU, like back then, they were trying to just make standalone movies and trying to figure out how to adapt comic books to film, right? They're trying to figure out how to do that. Like, you remember how bad Spawn was? Like, Spawn was awful. Like, they just couldn't figure out how to do it. They couldn't figure out, like, how do we take this comic book, and even if like Spawn, Seth MacFarlane's drawings couldn't even get more detailed. I don't think you could add more detail to them, right? Or what did I say? Seth MacFarlane? Todd McFarlane. Yeah, sorry.
Yeah, I can't wait. I can't wait.
They're both goofy, weird. They're goofy, weird white dudes with like their smoothed out features. So I can't wait for the remake on Spawn. By the way, I'll just say that. Like,
that's what I just said, because I got a box full of Spawn figurines that are hopefully going to skyrocket in value.
Yeah. Well, that'd be good. Yeah. So, but like back then, like they were trying to figure out how to make comic book movies, and I think a lot of the continuity nonsense comes from back then, and then, and trying to figure out like how to smooth out and make a long story. Like, I think Star Wars is very specifically in its own space had extraordinary amounts of time between films to connect and have no continuity errors, right? Because it's just George Lucas's universe, right? Like, and what was it like? How many years between the first trilogy and the second trilogy, right? Like 20 something years, easily, right?
Yeah.
And then the next one was like another 20 years or whatever, or close to it.
15.
Because are we coming up on like the 45th anniversary of A New Hope or something like that? I don't know, but
77. Yeah,
77?
we're coming up on the 45th anniversary if it hasn't already been.
Yeah, if it hasn't already come, yeah. So I think that like if you're operating within that space of like, you just got to check with George Lucas and have him read the script and see what's up.
Yeah, see if he nods or shakes his head or
it's
rolls
pretty.
his eyes.
To me, it's like fairly simple, but they sold the company and then they didn't want to involve him, and then he didn't want to be involved, but then he did want to be involved, and like, you know, it's all just like weird nonsense. But like, you're a giant corporation, like figure it out. You got thousands and thousands of people to like work on it, and this is the best that you can come up with is like this guy that nobody even likes. Like, nobody wants to know. I don't know. That's just I don't know. It just seems weird to me. But you're right. Like, the MCU also does have a bunch of continuity errors in it, and they jump up when I see them. But like, I don't know, the early stuff with all the early continuity errors, I just didn't think that they thought they were ever going to make more movies or anything like that. And they just kept hitting every, year and a half or something like that. Like, they were just basically became constant production mode trying to keep up. I don't know.
Chewie's always banging on about how shit Todd McFarlane was at baseball.
Was he once a baseball player? I didn't know that.
Yeah, I don't know how high a level he went, but he's always touting his Todd McFarlane, that is how big a baseball fan he is, and it's widely known that he was a player, but I'm not sure if he was major leagues or whatever the next level down.
I definitely remember him making some Major League Baseball figurines at one stage. He branched out into sports figures, and they were pretty good. If you're into baseball,
yeah,
there'll be some cool collectibles.
Yeah.
Fuck did that go? There it is. Bastard. Die! Die, I says. When the SWAT gets him the first time, the foot gets the second.
Feed him to the fish.
I don't have any fish that'll eat as big.
Really?
Anymore. Oh, wow. I squashed him with my foot and he's still wriggling.
Mercy kill.
Resilient bastard. Yeah, thankfully it's only the little ones at the moment, but, you know, in a month's time we get the ones that are bloody 1.5 inches long. I'll just chuck them out there and the ants pick them up and feed them.
Nice.
I don't mind feeding the wildlife, even the ants.
Oh, for sure.
Medicine
For
Hat Blue
sure.
days back in the day. So he could field, he just couldn't hit a ball, Chewy. Is that what you're saying? No. Then I'd read back to your previous comment where you say he can't hit a ball. Yeah, I don't even think I saw the Edward Norton Hulk movies. Was there 2 or 1? Just 1. No, there must be more than 1. Was there?
I was really excited when I first met Emma. I had a comic book in my collection that had the Hulk and Wolverine dressed up as bouncers back to back on the cover. And I was like, when Eric Banner's Hulk came out, I was like, fuck yeah, Mum, where's my comic books? I want to get this comic book and try and send it off to Eric Banner and to Hugh Jackman and get it signed, because it'd be such a collector's piece to have them both sign it and for them to see and witness it and try and source another couple of copies of it. But then got back to my mum and she said, no, the comics are gone. And they all either got stolen or water damaged and she threw them out. So I was like, damn. But yeah, there is a comic book out there with Wolverine and the Hulk on the cover, and it is gold.
Yeah.
Oh, Chevy fish. Some of our flies down here are the size of small dogs. I don't think carnivorous plants are going to help too much.
You need a monster Venus flytrap for that. Yeah.
A huge pitcher plant.
Mm.
You're talking about Edward Norton ball space. The reason why he didn't continue being Hulk is allegedly he was a prick wanting to Tom Cruise the whole. Yeah, that sounds like Edward Norton, doesn't it? Doesn't he do that with all of his productions? Isn't that why we're seeing him less and less on our screens nowadays?
Yeah.
I was listening to, I can't remember what podcast I was listening to, but, they were talking about that to get repeated work, the best thing to do is not be an asshole and just, be on time, be ready to do what you're asked to do, don't cause problems. And people will want you back because there's this big thing going through Hollywood now that they're actually, rejecting those assholes, even if they've got big draw and whatnot. People are getting turned away from roles if they're pricks.
Plus, we need fresh faces. And I think the current Hulk, especially after seeing him in She-Hulk in that first episode, he's just killing it. He suits the role really well, especially considering we're in a phase where Hulk is healed and annealed and he's the smart Hulk rather than being angry man.
Yeah.
Did you read about the original one with Eric Banner and how they cooked up the Hulk's face by blending Eric Banner's face and Jennifer Connelly's face and the Hulk? They blended it all together to make the Hulk look like the Hulk.
Didn't hear that.
Yeah, it's pretty advanced technology. Yeah, pitcher plants. I reckon a pitcher plant would go the big flyers for sure. It's swampy down in my back veranda, that backyard. That's a good idea. I should get some and plant some. That'd be good.
I'm going to go wrestle a crocodile.
Okay. So I've been having some fun on Snapchat and accepting random friend requests and getting a lot of perverse rando women sending me questionable material. It's been quite a ride. And my wife keeps telling me, no, don't accept those randos. And I'm like, no, they can show me their titties. I don't mind. I'm not sending them money. Fuck that. But yeah, it's quite fun. If you're a single guy, get on Snapchat and let those randos add you.
Yeah, me too, Huawei. I agree with Balzac and you. Brendan Fraser's mummy was good. Isn't he getting a bit of Hollywood acclaim at the moment because he's doing different stuff and he's proving to be a reasonable actor these days? Or am I just making up pipe dreams in my head?
Brendan Fraser's on the way back. He's coming back, baby.
Yeah, that's what I've heard.
Good stuff. I had to educate a younger friend of mine about quotes from Encino Man, and I said, "You're probably too young. You never saw Encino Man when you were younger, but that's like some quality viewing."
This is a very special movie.
Very special.
Yeah.
It's very unique.
Yeah.
Was he in Biodome?
Yep. Oh, Pauly Shore was.
Pauly Shore and Kylie Minogue.
Yeah.
Oh, Kylie Minogue was in that? Yeah.
Oh, my top fives.
Deep dive. Deep tracks, baby. And then he was...
I used to be famous for my Kylie Minogue ukulele covers. Now I'm practicing a Britney Spears one, but not on ukulele.
He was obviously in the Mummy series. Like, we all know that.
Journey to the Center of the Earth.
Oh, yeah.
That was
those are
really
actually good. Those
Yeah.
are kids' movies, but they were actually good. I actually enjoyed those.
That's some mad crystal action. I love seeing the imaginated geology that they portrayed. It was like, yeah, this is cool.
What was it? Did Brendan Fraser, like, he got sick and then he went through like a crazy divorce, right? Something like
I
that?
have no idea about his
Not
background.
Oh. Like, that's why, like, he went away for a while? Monkey Bone. Oh, yeah, Monkey Bone. Remember that?
Oh, yeah, he's in Doom Patrol as well. That's right. He's the dude that you don't see his face, though, isn't it? He's the robot dude. Susie Q. Hello, love.
G'day.
That's what you get when you're up in the middle of the night. You get us.
Let's see. He's in Batgirl. That's coming out. But didn't Batgirl, like, get canned? Is it not coming out?
I don't know, but the TV show was really shit. I gave up on that really quick. But I think... No, I won't say that out loud because I'm not sure if it's factual.
Didn't it get, like... Didn't they cancel it? I think they just canned it, right?
I would imagine so. Oh, the movie, you mean?
Yeah.
Hopefully the TV show got cancelled as well because it was rubbish.
Yeah, I never saw the TV show. But I think that the movie got canceled.
Yeah, well, put all those poor people out of jobs. God damn it.
Well, it had Michael Keaton, J.K. Simmons, and Brendan Fraser in it. Huh.
Isn't Michael Keaton associated with another show at the moment? Rebooted, I think it's called. It's got might be a subtle link to one of the Comedy Bang Bang shows that will come out this week. Now I've forgotten her name. Rachel Bloom, I believe, is in Rebooted as well. And I think Michael Keaton may be the main dude in that show. There we go. Ballspace says both movie and series was cancelled.
Oh, they were both canceled?
Yeah. I don't think there'll be many people lamenting that demise.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, it almost feels like one of those things where they're like, let's make this movie. And then it just, like, nobody stopped them. Like, you know what I mean? Like, let's make this. And then nobody stopped them from making it. And then it got to the point where they were, like, making it. And then eventually somebody was like, nobody wants to see this movie. Just just stop before we lose more money.
Yeah, what happens to all the money that they've already lost? Hopefully it's in the bank accounts of the workers that were doing their job.
I was who was I listening to? So I was listening to somebody who was talking about the cancellation of this, and they brought up a really good point. Is that like, yeah, they may have spent like $90 million or whatever by this point. But just promoting the movie would have been like another 200 million, right? On top of all the post-production stuff would have probably been like another $90 million or whatever. So like, realistically, like pulling the plug on something, even though they've spent that much money already, it's like, how to I guess like how to describe it. I guess like, you start a project and you know that the project's still going to cost like 3 or 4 times more money to finish. And then you're just like, this is not going to make that money back for sure. Like, it's just not going to do it. I think it's almost better to like cut bait than it is to lose like a buttload more money. Right.
Absolutely.
I don't get paid to make those business decisions. You know what I mean?
Is that?
Otherwise, I don't even think Batgirl would have started production. I don't know. I just don't know who was going to watch that or be like excited to go watch it. Who would have to be the new Batman for you to go like watch that movie?
Ryan Reynolds.
I could agree
Mel
with
Gibson.
that. It would be so ridiculous, right?
He's already been a DC. He's been Green Lantern, so I don't think he can qualify.
I like the Robert Pattinson one. I thought that was really fucking good.
Mm-hmm.
I still haven't seen his one yet.
It's good. It's really good.
Robert Pattinson
Ryan
was
Reynolds.
enough to get you to go watch it?
Ryan Reynolds.
No, I don't like him, but he played the character really well. Like, it was a really good sort of reboot. Really stylish. I even had the Hot Wheels car that I picked up about a week before to sit on the table while I watched it so that I could see the scenes and go, check out the car. Fuck yeah, the details. This is awesome.
Getting the vibe.
Yeah, getting the vibe.
That's like me when I'm watching Star Wars. I get all of my Star Wars Lego on my bed with me and snuggle with it and enjoy Star Wars.
Nice.
I don't. Ballspace's new teaser for Deadpool 3 has dropped.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, we should watch that.
Oh, you fucker. Oh, wait. Lol, I thought I had another March fly on me, but it was one of those hornets that rips spiders apart.
Yeah.
And had landed on me with a spider with no legs because they rip all the legs off for aerodynamics and stuff.
Yeah.
It's always such a poor thing to see. But yeah, when I shook my foot, the wasp took off and left the spider behind. He'll be back for it probably.
Hopefully. Well, it's gone to waste.
That's kind of weird. They're calling Robert Pattinson not an A-lister, and he only made $3 million to make Batman.
He's doing it for the love.
Yeah, it's kind of weird. I don't know, man. I figured Robert Pattinson would be an A-list guy. He's been in a ton of stuff, but they don't.
That just sounds like a slight from the author.
I don't know. I guess they don't consider him to be because he only got paid
pennies compared to Clooney or Pitt.
Yeah, they actually post Brad Pitt. Hold on, let me go back. How do I go forward with this button? Where's my forward button? There we go. Go back.
You cheating me, Huawei?
So
fuck yeah. Hugh Jackman walks in the background. Are we going to get some Deadpool Wolverine action?
Yeah, so like 20 million. 20 million is the current A-list Like,
Oh,
what do
you've
you
got
get-
you've got to make that much before you cut the grade.
Yeah, I mean, well, that they just pay to get those guys. Like Tom Cruise only got paid $13 million for Top Gun. Maverick.
Poor lad.
I know
Such
he's
a
he's
shame.
probably poor now. Brad Pitt for Bullet Train, 20 million. Ryan Gosling, 20 million. Keanu Reeves, 14 million. So yeah, I mean, I guess they're just saying that like his salary is less, but I think he's like willing to take less to like do stuff because he just wants to do stuff. I think he has plenty of money, right?
Mm. Yeah, I think
that's
also
the-
Keanu's big paychecks he spreads around quite nicely and
Vacuum in
philanthropy
it.
for a pop of Chloe. Because Keanu can't spend all of his money on subway tickets. Whoops.
Yeah, the Batman made a lot of money. I'll say that. Spider-Man No Way Home made $1.9 billion.
That's a tidy sum. Would have been a slight profit.
The Batman made 770. So their budget was 185, and then their advertising budget was similar to that. So they probably spent a total of like 370. So they made 400. So they did fine. They're gonna make another one.
Yeah, well, that's the best thing about the movie industry, isn't it? They're not 100% focused on making money. They're just about keeping people in jobs.
Yeah. I mean, they just want to make sure that their jobs are good, right?
Fuck
Keep
yeah.
those scripts paid.
Well, I mean, the thing is that like it's here's the weird thing is that like a lot of people will talk about like woke culture or whatever in shows and stuff like that, but as soon as it like stops making money, they won't do it. They'll stop doing it, right? I know a lot of people are outraged that like the Little Mermaid, the new Little Mermaid is a black girl, but it's like who?
There's a new Little Mermaid.
Yeah, there's a new one coming out. It's a live action,
Coming out, right?
and she happens to be black.
Right. So are we anti-woke enough to address the whole blackwashing situation? Like, seriously. I was kind of offended that they originally did Nick Fury as Samuel L. Jackson because Nick Fury was a white guy. That was Nick Fury in the Howling Commandos, and he was a Silver Fox,
Bored retard.
white Caucasian gentleman that went to Vietnam and everything with his Howling Commandos, and they built him up. He had a solid backstory, and next minute it's just snakes on a motherfucking plane. And I'm like, what the fuck are you doing? Like it doesn't match. But anyway, that's the problem I have with blackwashing is that suddenly they bring in this whole fresh energy, and it just takes a giant dump on history of characters. And so, look, I get inclusion. I think that's all good and well and done, but just make new characters like Black Panther. Fantastic. He's always been a black guy. Fucking honor that. Do that. But don't just take a fucking character that's had a serious background, like a redhead Caucasian woman. That's representation. That's a woman of color. She's got green eyes and red hair, for fuck's sake.
That's
She's
a valid
colorful.
point.
She's colorful.
Plus, what's the
She's
Little
not just
Mermaid
brown.
is based on the? Is it the Tempest? Shakespeare's the.
I saw some sort of backup for the wokeness of Black Little Mermaid, and they're saying that the first original mermaid was this goddess from Africa, and they're trying to honor that deep mythological past. So there's a bit of
I
win-win,
think
I guess.
it sounds like more of a justification than a reason.
Yeah. But
And look, people watching, we're not racists. We're just talking about a social situation that's going on in the planet at the moment.
Yeah.
There's no way in hell any of us would be considered racist.
I'm not
I
letting
want
that
to put
shit
that out there
fuck
before
me.
the woke viewers jump at our throats.
Yeah.
But yeah, some things, especially linked with woke movements and whatnot, do go considerably too far to make a point.
Yeah, Balzac. That's exactly right. Zendaya being Mary Jane, another redhead being recast as a black person. Like,
I'm
why
sensing
is
a
this?
theme.
What's the racism hate on redheads, for fuck's sake? Like, if they're redheaded characters, let them be red. Don't blackwash redheads. That sucks. You know what? Redheads have a hard enough time as it is. My sister's a redhead. She cops a lot of flack.
Redheads are ace. G'day, Elon Rosen, a newcomer.
Hey, Elon.
Consider
Brother.
your cherry took.
He's my brother down the road in Mullum.
Oh, right. Fair enough. Now we've got his cherry.
Yeah.
One might have caused distortion in your speakers, and I don't apologise.
Peace, dolphins, and love. Thanks, Elon. Good to have you in here. Thanks for tuning in.
Peace, dolphins, and love. I couldn't work out because I'm old and my eyes are weary. I couldn't work out what that first one was, even though you said peace. Going in close, and then it kind of looks like a dove, I suppose.
Did I not give you some taurine tablets? Have you not taken them?
I have got them. Hang on. No, that's out of shot at the moment. That's up on my fridge. It's probably not the best place to put them because I keep forgetting to take them.
Put them in the fridge, and that way when you have your morning bourbon, you double down and have a fucking taurine in the morning because your eyes get better and better. It really does help the eyesight. I've got perfect vision, and everyone in my family uses glasses, and I'm like, no, I'm killing it. I eat a gram of that a day, and I got perfect sight. And the theory is you need to eat 14 kilos of red meat a week just to get 1,000 milligrams of taurine.
How many kilos of red meat?
About 14.
Yeah, I'm not quite reaching that target. I better go and get a taurine pill.
Exactly. Yeah.
Some taurine pills.
Perfect nick.
Yeah.
Taurine is the guts.
It's about half full, so I haven't not been eating them. Just not daily.
Do it daily. You got to do that eye repair. Get it into you. And it'll give you focus too. Mental acuity.
Oh, nearly went down the wrong hole.
It's a big one. Yeah.
Yeah, so M. Ballspace says the main Nick Fury that was seen was more white. I don't know. We've talked about this in the past, but like older comic books, oftentimes they would have most of the characters be white because oftentimes the printing of the comic book would make the black characters look purple.
Purple. Yeah.
Purple.
And so people would think that they were aliens.
Right.
So oftentimes the characters would be mistaken as an alien because they would end up looking purple in the actual printing. So it became one of those topics that was like, why aren't there other races in these comic books, blah, blah, blah. And it's like, well, because the technology, we can't print them for it to look right. And people keep thinking that they're aliens and stuff. So that was a big issue. Wasn't a fan of Zendaya being MJ in Spider-Man. I get it. Like,
she was good in Euphoria.
But one of the big issues with Hollywood is that when somebody is hot, they're going to put them in as much stuff as possible to capitalize on their popularity. That's just how it goes. Like, you'll notice like these weird stints where like suddenly there'll be like 4 or 5 movies that come out with the same actor in them. It's because they have all of our Google Analytics, and they know like who we're looking up and who's being searched for and stuff like that. And they go like, oh my God, this person's super popular. People are following them. Oh my God, they have 60 million people following them on Twitter or whatever, and they're like, oh snap, we got to put them in everything because people will show up just to see this because they like that actor. It's like what we were talking about with Brendan Fraser earlier. It's like Brendan Fraser was in a ton of stuff in the 90s and 2000s. Like he's just in a ton of movies. And it's because he was so hot right now. If you've ever seen Zoolander, like Zoolander will give you a perfect comedic background of like how the fashion industry / movie industry / acting industry works.
Mugatu.
Yeah, whatever's hot, they're just gonna put it out there. Like they don't. It's just like this is popular. We're gonna do it.
Again, it's not because they want to make money. It's because they want to keep people in jobs.
That's right. They want to keep people employed. It's jobs, baby.
The hilariousness of Zoolander precluding Derelict.
Yeah.
And then next minute, Kanye West literally does Derelict and thinks he's being fucking original.
Yeah, it's a mess. But it gives you a good idea of like a lot of the people that are kind of thrust into the like we all like Jason Momoa, but why is Jason Momoa in like every movie, right? It's like, yeah, he's popular, but like why is that guy in everything, right? Like, okay, we got him. He's working. That's good, but it's weird when he shows up and just plays Jason Momoa. Or The Rock is a good example. Like The Rock just plays The Rock. He's not playing a character in a movie. He's playing, hi, I'm The Rock. I'm Dwayne Johnson. How you doing? It's like, no, your name's Steve. Remember, you're wearing the hat. You're Steve right now. Yeah, Steve Dwayne Rock Johnson. That's me. And you're like, okay, well, look, he punched the guy.
Have you seen any of the Black Adam stuff?
No, but like, why is he playing a superhero? It's just, I just get out of here, dude. It's so bad.
It's like bad Superman, bad Shazam, and he's like a bad boy.
I don't know. It's not going to be good. I can tell you that. It's probably not. Gonna be good.
I agree. It's probably going to be trash, but entertaining trash.
I mean, maybe. I don't know, but
it could be really good. I know he's dedicated the muscle arts to get himself in a fit, fine shape to portray this character of ultimate power, and he's got some pretty solid acting skills.
Right.
Is that Momoa you're talking about?
Yeah.
Black Adam.
So we've talked about this before, or I guess I have, just to talk your guys' ears off, right?
That Jason Momoa.
No, I've met him, but that's not what I was going to talk about. But Ugly Man says, I watched 2 new movies, Nope, Bullet Train, and both were surprisingly good. I'm used to being disappointed by Hollywood lately, and these were 2 welcome surprise. And that like ties in with what Huawei was saying. Instead of repurposing old media and putting black actors in it, they need to create new stories that better fit the actors. So what's been a long-standing problem is giant productions and teeny tiny productions are the only things that have been happening for the last like 15 years. So you're talking about, like, we talk about the Batman, where they're spending $400 million to make that Batman movie. $400 million is it's not even a boatload of money. It's 10 boatloads of money. It's so much freaking money.
And it's keeping people employed.
And it's keeping people employed. And those people got to stay employed. You know what I'm saying? So, like, if you don't have...
Take it easy, Casbell. Thanks for hanging out, brother.
If you don't have some kind of like guaranteed butts in seats, make the money back, like, you're going to bankrupt all of those workers, right? All of those workers are going to be unemployed, walking the streets, turning illusions for money, right?
No, that's not exactly the phrase I was going to use, but I'll go with that one because it's a little bit easier on the ears than what I was going to say. If you've
Oh, what is that from? I forget what that's from. But anyhow, moving on. So like that's the big issue of like let's put out a new story is like so the Bullet Train obviously has Brad Pitt and somebody else in it. Who else is in it? Like Brad Pitt and I don't know who else was in it.
Is it a remake of the one from the 90s? Wasn't there a Bullet Train movie in the 90s?
I don't remember if there was a different one, but I think it just was the name, I think maybe, but I don't know. Because Five Assassins, because there was an assassin movie with on a train. I forget what it was called. I don't think it was called Bullet Train.
Thought it
but
was
like,
a Wesley Snipes movie in the 90s.
Yeah, here's the cast. So Brad Pitt, right? We all know who Brad Pitt is.
Who?
Brad Pitt. Bradley Pitt. Sandra Bullock. We know who Sandra Bullock is. Karen Fukuhara, who's that chick?
She's in The Boys.
Yeah, she's the Asian chick from The Boys. So hot right now, right?
Yep.
Bad Bunny is in it.
That's an interesting stage name.
Well, that's his stage name. He's a rapper. His name's Bad Bunny. His name's Bad Bunny, and he is super popular right now, right? So you have at least 3 big names, right? With Sandra Bullock, Brad Pitt, and Bad Bunny. Those are, whether you guys know who Bad Bunny is or not,
they're in the zeitgeist of pop culture at the moment.
Yeah, well, ask your boys if they know who Bad Bunny is, and they'll be like, "Oh, hell yeah!" They'll know. The 20-year-olds will know. So you're going to get the 20-year-olds, you're going to get the 40-year-olds, 45, 50-year-olds. You're going to get all of those people to go see this movie. So if you have a decent script, you can get funding for it, because if you have all these names attached to it, you're going to get those people. You're going to get people in to like make the money. So you can do a new story, even if it is a remake or not. I'm not sure if it is or not, but it might be. I'd have to look into it.
Yeah,
but then
you can do a new take on an old story if you've got the right names attached.
So then Nope is a Jordan Peele production, right? Jordan Peele is going to produce this whole thing. He's going to make the whole thing himself. He's got the bankroll to do it. He's also got the backing to do it. So he made that whole movie. He made that whole movie himself. The budget was $68 million. It's already made $170 million. So even with promotions and stuff, he probably still made $50 million or something like that, which is going to be phenomenal for somebody who spent that money, self-produced it, blah, 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 promoted it, all that.
It's becoming a bit of a trend, isn't it? Because Louis C.K. and his mate did the same thing with their movie that's on Louis C.K.'s website. Yeah.
So you're definitely going to starting to see that, like Louis C.K., Jordan Peele, these guys are going to go out with, they have a bucket of money and they're going to start producing some stuff. There are other people doing it too, but it's like some people that have sort of an established space, they've got some money and they've got the motivation to like do this kind of new stuff, right? Hopefully they're going to keep being able to do it. As long as they can make money continually doing it, then they're going to be able to keep doing that. And hopefully they occupy that middle film space, right? Where they got like $50 million, they got a good idea, they got like talented people, and they're able to like put out a full film, right? Like Nope is a good example of that. And a buddy of mine was sending me a bunch of behind the scenes like of the rigging and lighting and stuff. And I would say they used their money quite efficiently to make that movie from some of the crazy stuff that they were pulling off. But like hopefully we'll see more of that. But as far as like Little Mermaid being a black actress, I think like the big change there is that they no longer do casting calls like the way that they used to do them. In the past, they used to do their casting calls with very specific, like you have to be a white girl that's 22 with black hair, blah, blah, blah. This is your bust line. This is your butt. You have to be this size. You have to be all that stuff. That's how they used to do their casting calls, right? But they're not allowed to do that anymore because it's like just pure discrimination. So they're like,
Let's just go with
female
the popular kids.
female presenting for a singing role, right? Like in your early 20s, like. So the
G'day,
casting calls have gotten
Vincenzo.
super vague. Like a friend of mine is down and gets casting calls, and I actually sent her some messages to like kind of verify sort of the thoughts that I have, and it's pretty verified now that like their casting calls are much wider net than they were before. And to most people out there that are like, the role should go to the most talented person, I think the roles are now going to the most talented people, and sometimes they aren't white, right?
Fair
And
call.
so,
Yeah,
like,
fair enough.
in my world, I'm going like, if that's the most talented person that was the best singer, dancer, actress, actor, whatever, I'm like, that's who I want to have there. I don't want to have Dwayne The Rock Johnson playing the Little Mermaid because it's going to make money, right? Like, it's just stupid because then we get Fast and Furious 12 or whatever movie is coming out, right?
Yeah.
And it's like I don't want to see the Fast or Furious or
I didn't want to see the first bloody however many there are, 7
yeah.
or 9.
I
Or
mean, so
20.
it's like, but the reality is like that movie will occupy space in the theater that will stop some other movie from being in there, right? And so, that's just kind of the way I look at it. Is like, well, if we want to see like an evolution of the craft or whatever, like this is kind of the way it's got to go, right? Like, I know that people are like, the Lord of the Rings didn't have any black people in there, and you're like, I don't recall having read all of the Lord of the Rings book if there was ever a part where it said there aren't any black people in this world. So, yeah, I mean, I could be wrong. I read all of those Tolkien books, I never read anything in there that was like there's only white hobbits or white dwarves or anything like that, So I'm like, if somebody was the best actor, just put him in there, right? But also I get pissed at certain things like the Wheel of Time series being like totally screwed up, and I'm not mad at the actors that are in it, but everybody's too old and they rewrote the story and it's just a different story. That's what pisses me off with that, is that they adapted a book and changed all of it,
Was that a Mustang? Or was
That's
that
a Skyline
BMW?
from the original Fast and Furious that
Oh, there you
these
go.
Chinese guys called Turbo Racing have released. And it's a 1/76 scale proportional RC car. So if you're into remote control cars, Turbo Racing, check them out on AliExpress, Newstone RC store. I'm too lazy to try and find a link in Juggle, but I'll get back to the comments later on. But
I hope
yeah,
you're getting paid for this shameless promotion.
they love me. They make shit for me. I ask them to make things and they provide. So yeah, it's a good relationship I've got with China. They make some really quality equipment. But yeah, proportional racing at 1/76 scale makes every tabletop so much fun. Cruising around, going nice and slow, real nice controls. It's like surgical precision, and you can really learn to drive in another way. And drink driving is always encouraged with the RCs.
Are the controllers like 1/76 scale as well? So you've got these tiny little things in your
They're
fingertip.
quite big. Would you like to see the controller?
No, I just wanted to make the visual joke of a tiny little
that's a funny
controller
joke,
imagined in my
No,
hands.
they're big pro controllers. Yeah, 2.4 gigahertz. Can have about 80 of them running at the same time.
Yeah, the new Weird Al Yankovic movie looks awesome, and I pretty much want to sign up for whatever streaming service that is just to watch that.
Yeah, I've heard that it's not so much a biopic on his life as just a crazy comedy movie.
100% accurate.
I suppose
I'm told.
his life is probably just one crazy comedy movie.
Probably.
Oh, that UHF was a fantastic movie. My favorite bit from that movie is still, even though it's a little bit racist these days, and I have earlier in this episode claimed not to be a racist, but the cupboard with the supplies sign on it,
Mhm.
and then the door gets opened and all these little Asian dudes jump out and they go, "Supplies!"
Yeah, it's probably a
Yeah.
little, but it's still funny. Yeah. If you want to see racist stuff that was supposed to be innocuous, go watch the old Three Stooges. It is brutally insane. Yeah, but that's the that's how those psychos were back then. Like I don't know.
It was standard practice.
I hate to say that they probably knew better. They just did it anyhow.
Oh, that's a good way to put it, Ball Space. It's a reimagining of his life.
I think I heard it's 100% accurate. I know that Madonna and Weird Al had a whole lot of stuff going on in the back then, and I think we could call Madonna and make sure that it's accurate, but I think she's already signed off that it is.
We'll have to wait for the scenes in the movie where he's doing her over the kitchen bench or something.
Oh,
photos.
Well, it's 10:15 here, boys. I gotta go to bed.
Rightio.
Alrighty.
Good night, sir.
I'll check
big
you guys
day of
next
work.
week. It's always a pleasure.
Indeed.
Oh yeah, bro.
Yeah. All right. Well, have a good one.
Thanks for your stealthy financial cinema research. Much appreciated.
Yeah.
Oh, it would have bothered me if I hadn't looked it up now. I would just end up having to look it up later. I'd have been like, God, what the? Oh, damn it! I gotta look that up. But
Rest easy. Enjoy the ice cream.
anyhow, the ending of Breaking Bad was pretty good. So I'm gonna catch up on Andor now. I had to do it. I had to get through it. I had the full struggle of I got to get through this. What the fuck? What happened? I can't remember. There were little parts where I was like, I remember this. All right, okay. Don't remember this part.
Joining the dots.
Yeah, connecting them slowly but surely. But I'll catch you guys later. Huh?
Hopefully it gets better.
I think he'll survive. He'll pull through.
Yeah. Of course we will. Yeah.
All right, later.
Take
Good
it
night.
easy.
Well.
Pull through. He'll pull through. He'll be okay in the end. Well, not necessarily in the end, but for now.
Yeah, Cassian will definitely pull through. I think from my love for Sepultura when I was a teenager, I kind of did connect with the whole natives being perturbed by the fact that someone's mining your whole area. It really gave me a bit of sympathy or empathy connection to the story. But yeah, tragic. It's fucking tragic seeing some of these mining scenes, and that's what's going on the planet right now. In Africa, where they're mining for cobalt. People in these tiny villages, the empire, the Chinese are pillaging and raping the resources and causing these huge clusterfucks of situations. And Andor is just a sort of, getting people into the reality of where we are as a human species.
Planet rapers.
Yeah. Green energy ain't so pretty.
Yeah, I have a fair bit of music on my USB stick in the car, and I have quite a few Sepultura records, but some of the only songs on there that I don't skip come off either Arise or Beneath the Remains or Chaos AD. Three of my favorite metal records ever. They were so good.
Oh, yeah. So good.
Even though
My
like
friend-
Beneath the Remains and Arise are really old, like late 80s stuff, and the production's not so hot, the songs are great.
It's treasure. It is.
I'd love to
absolute
hear
treasure.
them re-record those albums and put a modern sound on them, or just
One of
modern
my
production.
friends played it for his teenage son who plays rugby league. He was like, okay, on the way to the game, we're going to pump you up with some fight songs to get you psyched up to get on the footy field. And he played them some Pantera and they loved it. And then he's like, okay, if you like Pantera, let's try out Sepultura. And the kid Ollie turned around and said, no, Dad, this is too full on.
Too dark.
It's too dark. That's too heavy.
G'day, Pam. How's it going? Yeah, they're dark. That's a good way for a kid to describe it too.
Yeah.
Because they were like, not a lot of metal bands were talking about political issues back then. It was all death and doom and gloom, but
Yeah, horror story.
Actually,
this is real horror.
They were talking about real stuff that was affecting them in their homeland of Brazil. Brazil.
Hi, Brazil. The viewers in
I'll send you some
2050.
over, Pam.
Grasshopper. Who's Grasshopper? Is that you, Blacky?
No, Grasshopper is Huawei. Punchy
Huawei.
Paint's son.
She makes his mum. Hi, Mum. How you doing?
Yeah, we go for all generations around here, not just the youth or the elderly. We want them all. Not many teenagers in tonight, though. We need to do something to appeal to the teenage demographic. Probably talking to the camera more might entice the teens.
I don't know if it's my camera's white balance, but I'm seriously rocking a moon tan compared to you, Blacky.
I just have
I'm
that
looking
natural
blue.
olive blotchy complexion.
Yeah, I think I need more sunlight. Otherwise, I'm too white.
Yeah, well, look at this. This is fluorescent. Yeah. That's my fluorescent tan.
Yeah.
Can you hold down the fort here for a minute? I've got to go and check on some people.
For sure.
Thanks, man.
Punchy, no, we're not calling you old. I just think that you provide a motherly energy and people are appreciative of your influence and contributions. Oh, so a bit more show and tell. I had to look at 6 Kmarts to get this exclusive figure. In America, it's only available at Walmart, but I finally found one. It's a transformer called Cosmos, and he turns into a UFO, which for a transformer is kind of strange because they're meant to be hiding with Earth forms, but back in the Generation 1, 1984 days, Cosmos was the only transformer that was taken with an alternative form that is a non-human vehicle. And it was hard to find, but we got the finish line. Cosmos is in the house. Hunt successful. I don't know if anyone gives a shit about Transformers, but I definitely do. I love that shit. Oh, wow, wait, that's a bit mean. Punchy's older than dirt. Come on, guys. Play fair in the chat. Peace, love, and harmony. Peace, love, unity, and respect. Plur. I don't know if you got around in the rave days, but it was all about the plur. Yes, Transformers are robots in disguise, except for Cosmos because he turns into a UFO. How is that a disguise? So maybe the aliens might land sometime soon. That would be really cool. I think humanity is definitely due for some intergalactic, interdimensional incursion, not necessarily incursion, a bit of diplomacy and a bit of interaction. I think we need it. What are your thoughts? Do you think humanity would be better off if we had a bit of a wake-up call from our deep past, or should we just keep playing the same games and forge on alone? Because I pretty much understand and grok the fact that as human beings, we will evolve in pretty much any life-bearing planet. So either we're seeded by spaceships or we evolve all throughout the galaxy, and humanoids are definitely out there, considering there is so many fucking planets out there. Yeah, Chevy Fish, it depends if they're friendly or not. Well, I think what went on is that they were pretty friendly, but the average population just couldn't take it anymore and kicked them off and went, nah, fuck off. We've had enough of you. And we don't appreciate, or we didn't appreciate their powers and majesty and the level of technology and how much it affected us. But I really think now that the climate's in a crisis and big things are going on, we need some assistance. Q's with me, cool. Yeah, Punchy Pants, lights are often seen here in Byron Bay too. I think we're in an era of observation. So the transdimensionals or the time-traveling spaceships that they've got are at a stage where in our timeline they can observe with telescopes and watch events going on, but we haven't hit that Rubicon, the threshold where they can interact with us freely and openly. So I'm pretty certain that eventually the penny will drop and we will get some solid interaction, because there's quite a bit of parts, out of place artifacts that have been discovered, and the narrative that our history books, that people pay a lot of money at university to go learn about our history, it can't explain or doesn't cover some of these anachronisms and fuck ups in our history that can't be explained easily. So they just gloss over it and make people feel safe and secure and thinking this is the way, this is all that there is. And
did you just use the word anachronism in a sentence?
yes, I did. Yes.
Well done.
Yeah.
Such a lovely word.
There's a lot of amazing things from the past, like the level of technology for the pyramids to be clad in white sandstone and polished sandstone, so they were gleaming in the sun, and it all got stripped off them. And last night I researched I think the Lion's Rock in Sri Lanka, which is this giant boulder, probably, like Uluru, Blacky. This giant rock is in Sri Lanka, and they carved into the rock, and you walk up through the pores of the lion rock to walk up through the caverns, the dugout stonework to get to the top of this giant boulder they had carved in the shape of a lion. And at some point in our deep history, there was some serious warfare, and the Indian Vedic gods and Atlanteans, or who knows what, there was a fucking shit fight, and that rock got fucked up. And I think everyone just sort of lost their connection to the deep past and just went, you know what? We're better off just forgetting this shit ever happened. Let's heal. Let's move forward. Maybe we'll get there again someday. But the Lion Rock needs to be refurbished and returned to its former glory, just like the pyramids need to be returned to their former glory.
What
That
about
restoration
Petra
period-
in Jordan?
What's that?
What about Petra in Jordan?
Petra, yeah, I watched a bit about that too. That needs to be restored too. The Greeks really did a number on them. They fucked them over so badly that they couldn't recover. And then
Well,
an
I think
earthquake
also,
happened.
and also, wasn't there recently Islamic fundamentalists went in there and destroyed shit as well?
They did have a go at it, yeah. But an earthquake happened for Petra and it destroyed a lot of their aqueduct systems that they had in place. It was very precious to their culture. So,
Oh, you mean when it was still inhabited
Right.
by humans?
yeah, when it was thriving as a nexus point for the Silk Roads and the trading routes that were going on in the past.
Yeah. Yeah, it's crazy how rapid humans can be just to go and destroy shit like that just because it's there and it means something to someone else. Whether, regardless of religion or anything like that, or color of skin, it's just because it's there and someone else likes it, so I'm going to bust it up.
It's not good. Yeah. So we need like a mega fund of instead of causing warfare and damaging things, we need a lot of money to put together. Just let's
A
restore
repair
these
fund.
ancient wonders and make not just Australia or America great again, but let's make the world great again. Let's pay it forward and fucking fix up these beautiful monuments that, you know, all these people doing home renovations. I don't give a shit about your home renovation. Fix the fucking pyramids. Fix the
Was it the,
Lions Rock. Fix Petra.
1980. I'm trying to remember if it was the 84 Olympics or the 88 Olympics, and the motto was "One dream, one world." Poignant. I'll have to double check that which Olympics it was, because I think each Olympics has a different motto. So progressive for the 80s. The Georgia
Good night, Chevy.
Guidestones. Righto, Chevy. Thanks heaps, mate. It was good to see you again. Long time no see. Let's not make it this far in between next time, brother.
Yeah, the Georgia Guidestones, that was a bit of a shame because that was quite a interesting edifice.
Well, I actually listened to a podcast the other day on the Georgia Guidestones. I think it was Stuff You Should Know, and they did one on it. And the Georgia Guidestones, it's got an interesting story. Let me just check on that. If you're interested in what happened to the Georgia Guidestones.
Yeah, pull it up. I'm going to grab another beer and I'll be back in a sec. Is that all right?
Yeah, go for your life, brother. No restrictions here. You can have as many as you like. It might have been Stuff You Should... What did I say? I'm on Stuff You Should Know. Stuff to blow your mind, perhaps. Maybe not. What was it on? How bizarre. Maybe it was neither of those. Yeah, it was I'd never actually even heard of the Georgia Guidestones before, and then I listened to this podcast, and it was a very, very interesting story. You know, it seemed also to be a little bit eugenics based, I guess, because, you know, they were talking about making sure everyone was fit and healthy and not encouraging dodgy habits and stuff, because the Georgia Guidestones had it was like the modern 10 commandments, but yeah, and written in multiple different languages on different faces of all the large stones. And yeah, there was definitely some iffy stuff going on there. But once they were erected, the pagan pretenders and whatnot were coming in and doing their little rituals and stuff there, and then some dude came in and dynamited it, and then they decided not to rebuild as well. There's that Australian national anthem again. Haven't heard of the Hunger Stones punchy paints, unless you're trying to be funny, or is it a real thing? Yeah, but it kind of did ring like that Huawei, that it was how to rebuild civilization after a catastrophe. But yeah, they in today's modern world, some of those commandments would be slightly frowned upon because of their denigration of particular people in the population. I think that's a sentence.
Ooh, Michael, Blacky.
You can call me Michael if you want. I don't mind.
All right. Do you know Meshuggah?
I sure do.
Have you seen their latest video?
If that was the one that was promoted to me just the other day, then yes, I have.
What did you think of that horror show?
I may have to watch it again, but I quite enjoyed the song.
The song was good.
I'm trying to remember what the context of the video was.
There was a dragon humanoid with lightning bolts and
it was all CGI stuff, yeah.
Nanobot virus being spread around the world, and it's just some horrible imagery. But I was like, I showed it to my friend Elon, who was in the chat before, and he said, "Stop it, Josh! I can't watch any more of this. This is too full on." But I watched it all the way through, and fucking hell, I thought it's good that they're getting that message out there to like ground it out and for it not to be a reality. But my friend Elon was watching it going, "No, Josh, stupid people are going to watch this and manifest it. They're going to manifest this dark shit." And I'm like, well, let's stay positive. Let's not manifest dark shit we see in movies. Movies aren't the precursor to reality, or video clips aren't the precursor to reality. They're short little movies that are fanciful explorations into possibilities. But yeah, that Meshuggah clip, oh man, what the fuck? So heavy. Like the most heaviest visuals I've ever seen of anything ever presented. Darkest imagery, just literally horrible, but satisfying.
I don't know. Have you seen the video for Mr. Bungle's pink cigarette? That's got some pretty interesting stuff in it.
Oh, I haven't. No, that's a bit chaotic for me, Mr. Bungle.
Oh no, pink cigarette's a very lovely mellifluous song. Bloody hell!
Q, I'll get you the link. Give me a second.
Yeah, Meshuggah are one of the forerunners of these bands that are trying to confuse dancers in the mosh pit with ridiculous changing time signatures and irregular syncopation and stuff, even though that's probably an oxymoron because syncopation is irregular.
All right, I'm warning you now. This link is like literally really full on. So trigger warning, if you're going to get triggered by dark imagery, don't watch it. But if you do watch it all the way through and get back to us. There you go. Away. Bombs away.
Yeah, with your what did they call the Hunger Stones? I I think there's going to be, g'day George, how's it going? There's going to be a lot more stuff that will expose that humans have been on many of our continents much earlier than is historically recorded. Like they've found cave paintings and stuff in Australia that date, I think that made them date the Aboriginal settlement here to back to 60,000 years, whereas they previously thought, damn it, Hunger Games, no. Previously thought it was 40,000 years, and then they carbon dated some cave art and found it was 60,000 years, and there's possibly even settlements older than that in Australia. So no doubt it'll be similar in the States as well, but there's definitely been times way earlier than we know about that, where humans have been on these continents way earlier than we've thought previously. Where did you put the link, or did you just message it to me? No,
I put the link in the chat of the stream for the Meshuggah video.
Hang on, it hasn't popped up in mine. Surely you're a mod. Aren't you a mod on my channel?
What's that?
Aren't you a mod on my channel?
I am, yeah. I thought I was.
Just type something that's not a link in the chat, because I've got no link in the chat. It's probably kicked it. Just type a letter and I'll have to make you a mod. I can't believe you're not a mod already of my channel, being that you're one of my most regular guests. Yeah. Add moderator. Z-Beam is now a moderator for channel. Now you'll have to pop that link in again, son.
Okay.
A vegan lunch, GRB, beer and hot chips. Brilliant.
Beer and hot chips, absolutely.
I could probably manage a vegan lunch like that myself. Might replace the beer with turkey soda, though. I can whip up some hot no time.
There's a link. Shadow ban. They tried to block me from sharing this darkness. Oh.
What?
Anyway,
What do you mean?
I don't know. I tried to I shared it twice on my chat on the screen. You said you couldn't see it.
Unless you're a moderator on the channel, it won't let you put links up, because they don't want randos coming in and putting links to Russian porn sites and stuff.
Gotcha.
Digital Thunderdome presents. I actually, now that I'm saying that, I'm not sure if that's the one I watched the other day. No, it's not. I watched some other Meshuggah video got promoted to me the other day.
I got to go for a sec, guys. I'll be back.
Righto, too easy. Didn't hear about the fight at the local fish and chip shop. George, you may have to elucidate. That's almost as good as the 6, 7, 8 jokes earlier in the show. Well done, Butt. Well done. I didn't even think you were doing a joke. I thought we were going to be subjected to a local news story of note or something, but here we go. It's just a little bit of comedy. Thanks to George. Well done to you, sir. I'm a dad, so I enjoy a good pun. Puns are the best form of wit. Even if they do induce groans, they're still good and solid. And I can I can read. I read fluent typo. So yeah, I know that you meant battered and not batard. A fishy dad joke stream tomorrow. Righto. Come on, ball space. What do you got? Is this a dad joke or a shitty pun? I wait with bated breath. And that doesn't mean I've got an old prawn in the back of my throat for bated breath. It doesn't at all. I'm sure most people here are probably already on George's channel. I'm fairly certain I am subscribed to George. But yeah, feel free, mod. Oh, if you've even got it set up yet, George, to have a link, we can throw it in the chat. Not that, my channel's probably not the best place to advertise stuff, is it?
Sorry about that.
Don't be sorry, just be better.
Just be better. Yeah, my wife just had a contact from a jewelry sales, talk to her about her passing mother, and we've got to get a particular rose variety called Mother and Daughter, which is yellow rose, and planted in the garden.
And it was my mum's favourite roses were yellow roses. And anyway, it's a bit synchronistic up the wazoo.
Yeah, anyway. Yeah.
Of Texas.
We had it last night, Josh and I, about my mother's ashes. Anyway.
Yeah. Sorry about that. Emma's randoms. Yeah, so I'm gonna dig up the ground and get it all fertile and ready for some new roses in the garden.
Yeah, that can be tricky to grow.
Yep.
It was the Yellow Rose of Texas, wasn't it? That was a song or something, wasn't it? I'm not old enough to have it lodged in my memory.
Oh, Huawei with the links. So you watched the Meshuggah video. What was your thoughts?
Who watched it?
Did anyone watch the Meshuggah video?
Well, hopefully they're waiting until the end of this show to go and watch it.
Ah, gotcha.
But, we won't frown upon them if they come back with some insight.
Yeah.
But being that it's a Meshuggah song, it's got to be, 6 or 7 minutes long?
Yeah.
Oh, hang on. I've still got it open on another tab. Oh, only 5:15.
What do you reckon?
They're being liberal.
Yeah, they're being liberal. What do you reckon, Q? It is pretty interesting, isn't it? The flesh eater virus. The nanobot flesh eater virus. Like that.
I was going to say, we've already got a flesh-eating virus called necrofasciitis.
Yeah, but we're talking about nanotechnology shredding people from reality and just dusting them off. And then the dragon with his elemental powers appearing and warping around the place. And then the whole cosmic dragon devouring the earth. Like, that is heavy fucking metal. Like, it's just, I'll be amazed if anyone can fucking top that in the next decade.
Yeah, I guarantee I'll go and have a watch as soon as we're finished here. George, unless you email it to Sam, he won't get it through the chat, because as soon as you put someone who's not a moderator, if they put a link in the chat, it'll just disappear instantly. So maybe if you want to type it out in the chat with the word dot. Oh, no, Huawei's saying, oh, there we go. He's put it in there. Oh, he's put your channel link in there. That's good enough. Good enough for the bush, as we say down here.
So someone mentioned Kanye West and do you like fish sticks?
Yeah, Huawei and Balzac went on and off about that.
Yeah, so I've got a friend and he makes drumsticks. Or he's got a factory making him his special drumsticks, and they are ultimate metal, very high spec grade, best of the best.
So you're not talking about chicken body parts. You're talking about things that you hit drums with.
Yeah, some beaters.
Just to clarify, because not everyone out here is as intelligent as yourself. Some people are as stupid as I am.
So if you're into drumming at all and you want some quality fucking sticks, check out Paul Ibby's fish sticks. They are fucking mint.
He actually calls them fish sticks, does he?
Fish sticks, yeah.
What a coincidental tie-in. And a great callback.
And the names of the sticks, all the different styles and stuff are hilarious. Like the Destroyinator. Check it out. Hilarious. Just for enjoyment's sake. Someone knows a drummer. Someone's going to get a hot link and fucking enjoy the fact that they're getting some fish sticks in their life. He's a good bloke.
Well, I mean, most people here know me, and I like to pretend to be a drummer, even though I'm not very good, and my drums are packed away. But, you know, we can all pretend that we're something we're not. Fish sticks.
Yeah, my friend Paul, he'd be a cracker actually to get on this stream if we could wrangle him in here, because he's an hilarious motherfucker, and he makes memes about drumming and how ridiculous it is for a metal drummer that's used to having two proper kick drums with double kicks, and they get to a show and they piss him off because they set him up with a single kick drum and say, use your double kicks on a single kick drum, and you can't fucking bring your own drum kit. It takes too much time, and he just fucking hates it. He fucking hates it. So he's making all
bloody
these memes.
Diva.
Oh, he's a total diva. But he's hilarious. He's blowing up the community like wildfire.
Get him in. Get him a link next time we do it or something, and we'll see how he goes.
For sure. We'll give him a shot.
I don't get to talk drums with people that often. Ask him if he knows El Stepario.
I'll have to ask him, yeah.
One of the most amazing YouTube drummers going around at the moment. He's doing this, or one of the last videos I watched of him was doing one-handed videos where he's playing like all this technical metal stuff, but just one hand, and he's like drinking and smoking a pipe and smoking a ciggy while he's playing these very difficult drum things one-handed. El Stepario Di Stefano or something. He's very good. He's very funny, but he's an incredibly talented drummer. And he also, one of the finest things about his videos that I find is that he gives his viewers shit about that they don't practice enough. You know, if you can't do this, well, you're lazy. You're not putting in enough time. It's all about the heel-toe Huawei. Nico McBrain did a lot of the stuff, double kick sounding stuff with one bass drum pedal and one bass drum with the crazy heel-toe and stuff. But yeah, El Stepario may potentially be the best drummer I've ever seen in my life. You heard of him, Chewy? Look him up. He's amazing.
Stepario. Sounds good.
Oh, he's brilliant. he's so much skill and speed and accuracy too. He's just bang, 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 bang. He's like a machine. And yeah, I call good one, GRB. An oldie but a goodie. Yeah, is it De Stefano? I'm gonna have to bloody open another YouTube tab and because it's foreign words is the name. Pardon me. Oh, apparently I didn't click. I'm not sure if it's separate words.
1 sec.
Siberiano. El Stipario Siberiano. Let's go there. Let's go there. Let's copy that and we'll chuck it in the chat for people who get their pants a little bit tighter over amazing drumming. And if you really want to have your mind blown, watch the one-handed ones. Actually, there was a what's his name? 666 Samus, another really good YouTube drummer who's a real funny lad. He did a reaction video to El Stipario's one-handed stuff. That's probably the best place to get all of those videos in one hit. Now I'm going to have to look up him as well, aren't I? God damn it, Michael, you're just making more work for yourself. Just 2 6s. 6 Samus.
I'm back. Sorry.
That's all good. That's all good.
Having a wife for 15 years tomorrow is quite good. But yeah, it's quite demanding. We've been together for 22 years now. Married for 15.
Night, Kat. Thanks heaps for hanging out, love. Good to see you again, as always. Cheers to you, love.
Cheers.
So yeah, I put a link in the chat to El Stipario Siberiano's channel and also a 6 Samus reaction video to all of his one-hand stuff. I was telling the people that that's a really good place to go to witness the amazingness of El Stipario. Man, when I watch one of his videos, I'm like not even a real drummer. I'm just a pretend drummer, but my chin literally makes a noise when it hits the floor with some of the shit that he does. It's ridiculous. And then he does it with one hand as well and holding off like Slipknot beats and stuff with one hand. It's nonsense. Absolute nonsense.
Wow. He's killing it.
And he's I still haven't investigated, but he keeps like a 2 kilo barbell weight sitting on his snare drum as well. Maybe you can investigate with your drummer, mate, why he would do that. Put a little bit of extra tension on the snare skin. But, you can do that by tightening up the skin with its tuning pegs. So I'm really not sure why it's on there. Maybe it dampens it a bit or something.
Now, Blacky, have you ever heard of Michelangelo Battio?
Yeah, the guitar player who does both guitar necks at once.
Yes.
Yeah. Yeah,
You've
he
heard
was
of him?
huge in the late 80s, early 90s.
Oh, my goodness.
I think
I'll chuck him in the links for the viewers. Battio is a machine.
he did a video recently on some guitar player, maybe Rob Scallon, maybe not Rob Scallon. I don't know if Rob Scallon would go there, but yeah, he's like nowadays he's still wearing the leathers. He's still doing all that heavy metal gear, but he's kind of looks like an old man now and stuff, but he's still got that crazy showman skill, that doing all of this weird stuff on 2 guitar necks at once. Yeah, he made millions off of VHSs back in the 80s and 90s of kids trying to learn the way he does his stuff, and, you know, showing kids this stuff who might potentially never get a guitar that has two necks that go out each side. But yeah, he was a showman. He is a showman, I should say. He's not dead yet. Sorry, Michelangelo. But yeah, he made so much money in the late 80s, early 90s based on his wild, different stuff that no one else was doing at the time.
Guitar porn.
Joey Belladonna. Oh, hang on. Now I'm going to have to try. I think I can only get two of them, Chewy. Because I thought there was Joey Belladonna was the first one, and then John Bush was the second one, and then they went back to Joey Belladonna. Was there someone else? Rudy Sarzo on bass. Wasn't he also Whitesnake? Or he wasn't Bon Jovi. Yeah, he was Whitesnake, I'm sure. Pretty sure. Quite sure. Not so sure anymore. It's funny when you get old and you start questioning your memory. It used to always work perfectly. I'll be keen to find out who the other singer of Anthrax was.
Anthrax is just Bring the Noise for me. I just remember that awesome.
Oh, Volume 8, The Threat Is Real, was a pretty good record. That one came out early 90s. That was that had some bangers on it. But yeah, you don't get much better Anthrax than the album that Bring the Noise was on, which now I'm blanking on the name of. Damn it, I'm trying to remember it without Google. Neil Turbin. So he was before Joey Belladonna's time, Chewy. Fair enough. And John Bush. I mean, Joey Belladonna wasn't a very good singer as far as heavy metal singers go. And then they got John Bush, and he could pull it off in the studio, but by crikey, live John Bush was terrible. I'm going to go on record right here, right now, as saying John Bush was a really shitty singer for Anthrax. And the only thing I wish for Joey Belladonna was that he lost that freaking bowl cut at the front. Joey Belladonna had bangs. Heavy metal singer with long hair at the back, but it was all carved off here, so he had this straight line. Hideous haircut.
Crikey count one. What's the crikey count?
Huawei counts how many times I say crikey. I thought I'd said it a few times already.
Oh,
I think you're slacking, Huawei, because I'm pretty sure I said it earlier in the piece. They used to count my burps back in the day.
yeah.
And now Huawei's the only one that counts things, and he counts crikeys instead of burps. Probably because the burps become innumerable. Is that a word? With an I at the start, not an E. Because with an E, it means can be associated with numbers, but with an I think it means can't be numbered. All right, Huawei, I'll believe you. I'm not going to watch the replay to find out, because I'm not a freaking lunatic like all the people in Replay Team 6. Those Replay Team 6 members, comment down below that you saw me reference you and say hi before the end of the show, where I usually leave it. Sorry about that, Replay Team 6. I'm a little bit slack sometimes. Try again, Huawei. The verb count and then the verb. Yeah, I've probably done more than 105 verbs, but I don't know how many burbs I've done. But I think I'm probably at 8 or 9 burps at a rough estimate. I should have a notepad beside me doing a tally as I go, tally my own crikeys and my own burps, and see if Huawei keeps up. Why don't you get up here, Huawei? Huawei's like one of my biggest devotees, and I finally met Huawei face to face a week or so ago. Yeah, that's right. It was last Sunday on Pam's stream. So yeah, now I know how pretty this young gentleman is that is desiring after me and stuff.
Oh, Blacky, settle down.
He tells me he loves me each week.
Oh,
Love it. Love it.
Love it.
I don't see gender. All sex is good sex.
So I just shot a link in there of the Australian Army's newest propaganda recruitment video, showing off all the new toys that they've got, and it shows off the prowess of these electric buggies and electric motorbikes, and how they can roll on through an area in silence, get anywhere, anytime in Australia, and fuck your shit up if you want to fuck with us. So highly recommend watching that and just enjoying the fact that silent electric technology and stealth is the name of the game with the Australian Special Forces, which we're kind of changing the meld and making our regular troops all very well equipped to fucking handle anything. And night fighting is impossible. You don't want to fuck with us. Leave us alone.
Yeah, we might not have the most amount of soldiers, but we're freaking awesome.
Yeah. And we know our territory. Because a lot of Aussies don't get it. Like, they live on the coastline where it's all green, in the green belt, but pretty much 90% of the country is arid, and it's dicey out there. I've just had a special delivery of some mango. Mangoes
Ooh, how disgusting.
Disgusting. You don't like mangoes?
No, I hate them. It's so sickly sweet. It makes me
too many bad mangoes, eh?
No, I very rarely eat them. The only time I can handle mango is either in orange and mango juice or in a mango Weiss bar. Those things are okay, but apart from that, I just can't do a fresh mango. They're just too full on. It's like rock melon to me, you know. They're just that sickly sweet, overpowering sweetness that just makes me feel too sweet, and I just can't do too sweet. It's not in my character set.
You got to get them when they're underripe and they've got more of the pineol, which is a terpene. When they're green, the green mangoes, I love them, but it's very hard to find them in shops because they only sell them when they're ripe.
Well, I have a considerably large mango tree out the back. It's about 20 years old, and I think in its lifetime has generated 1 or 2 mangoes.
Right.
So potentially we don't get the right bugs around here that will fertilize the mango flowers. But I'd noticed this morning, because I can see it out of my bathroom window, that loads of flowers on this year. So might get a few mangoes if you want to. Yeah, I'll let you know if we get some mangoes this year, and you can come and steal as many as you want, because I hate them.
I think the mango trees, to be productive, need to be pruned quite heavily. If you let them grow big, they're generally harder to reach, and bats get them. And
that's valid for most fruit-bearing trees, because you need your root system to be able to support all of the foliage and whatnot. So once a tree gets too large, that root system can't provide to provide an adequate crop. It'll provide a mediocre crop just to reproduce. Trees aren't thinking about how they can provide food for us. They're thinking about how they can reproduce. That's all they think about.
Absolutely.
G'day, Aquamate. How are you, brother? Long time no see. You in a position to come up, Josh? Do you want to come up?
What's that?
No, sorry, other Josh. Aquamate is a Josh as well.
I'm going to take a piss and I'll come up.
Don't take it too far.
No.
Yeah, that was my reaction, Pam. Oh my gosh. No, actually, that's not true. He was here last week, I think, for a minute. We get all the celebrities here. Aquamate, massive YouTuber. If you don't know Aquamate, go and subscribe to his channel. Not only does he give you useful information and, unlike my channel, things about fish tanks and whatnot, he's pretty easy on the eyes too. Now he won't want to come up because I'm hitting on him. Ooh. One moment. Bam, 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 bam. There you go, lad. Pop on up and tell us what's going on in your bloody life, mate. Oh, I should have arranged it so I was in the middle, so I could be in a Josh sandwich. Oh. My pants just got a little bit tighter.
Oh, fucking hell. Fucking.
Huawei probably did too. Yeah, nice one, Huawei. Thank you for the link. Huawei, you're a champion of the links. I appreciate you non-stop. Oh my God. See him pop up and he's in a random... Oh, no, I remember that.
How are you? Josh, how are you?
Very well, Josh.
That's good.
Have you guys met before, or are you just, now that you know each other's
No,
called Josh, you're just on
We've had
first?
chats before.
Yeah, we've been on here before.
Yeah. You should change your name, Blacky.
What?
With the Josh crew. Then we could be Triple J.
Hey, I've got a son called Josh.
Yeah.
I have a son called Josh.
Oh,
So
there we go. It's a
Right.
pretty cool name.
problem solved.
Yeah.
How are we?
Yeah, pretty good, man.
That's good.
Still fine. Sun shining. No storms. Everywhere else is getting battered, and our area is just like perfect.
Yeah, for once. It's someone else's turn for once, and we're not getting it.
That's right.
Yeah,
We did get a little bit of rain, though.
Yeah. Gentle
Oh,
rains.
okay.
Happy with that. You can fuck off with your big ass emergency storms. Just leave me the fuck alone.
The only problem nowadays is that as soon as a little bit of rain falls, I get, young gentlemen coming to scour the paddocks for magic mushrooms, and they've certainly been picking a few in the last few days.
Oh,
Does that annoy you
lovely.
because you want them, or it annoys you because they're on your property?
No, it doesn't annoy me. It's just they might be stripping the field of potential goodness in summer when they're really going to burst out.
Yeah, the spore. They're going to
So
say
I've just been saying, if you're going to pick them, you got to tap them before you pick them and leave a few behind. You can't get them all.
Save some for the rest of us.
Yeah, actually, they're all mates. All of my sons and their mates are all in one big group. So some of the boys are really jonesing for some mushroom stuff. So there's a couple of dudes who are up here every day going through the paddocks, seeing what they can find. And they come back with like two little tiny ones. And it's like, dudes, really, stop being so eager and just wait for the magic to happen, because the magic will happen soon. But yeah, one of the dudes, I don't know if he's had it before or not, but he's just got the idea in the head that this is what he must do right now, is smash a whole bunch of magic mushrooms. And every time he comes and they're not getting any, he just keeps getting disappointed and disappointed and disappointed. So the first time he actually gets into the magic mushies and has a really good trip, Jesus Christ, that kid's going to, I don't know, he's going to have an interesting trip, because he's going to have all of these severe expectations that might not be met. He might have the worst time of his life.
To be young again, hey?
Yeah.
Oh, I got kicked out of my Acclimate login, and because I quit my job, the verification code was sent to my work phone.
Oh,
I'm like,
no.
far out. So I called work and I'm like, hey, you guys got my mobile there, don't you? Because I have a lot of customers that would, leave the phone on the desk. You get a lot of phone calls from customers. Hopefully you get sales, repeat business. That makes sense, right? And they're like, oh, no, we sent it back to head office straight away. So now it's locked up somewhere. I'm like, oh, my God. Because I got a new laptop and I was trying to sign into here because I had an idea of making a video because I didn't do one last week. And I'm trying to sign in and I must have clicked something and it just shut me out of every device. All of a sudden, it was like, phone couldn't get on. My editing that I normally do videos couldn't get on. Everything just kicked me out. And I'm just like, what the hell do I do? Just panicking. While you've been streaming, I've just been running around going, oh my God, I'm going to getting so angry. And then I got through to someone at work who turned it on. They're like, oh, your code's this. And I'm like, thank you. And then changed the phone number and now we're back.
Well, I'm glad you sorted that shit out before you got on screen.
Well, couldn't have
You
been.
would have been a mess. I know you.
That was the thing. I couldn't get on. I saw you guys go live at the start. I was like an hour and a bit away, waiting to have a look at a bus. And I was just jumped on, having a listen, and then went and inspected a really, really ugly, bad bus. So I walked away from that. Got Taco Bell because Harry was with me because it's school holidays. Then drove for like 2 hours, and you're still going live.
Yes, it's almost 3 hours 20. I think we've done a couple of short ones in the last few weeks, so we're due for a long one.
Yeah, it's almost.
And is that the reason for the changed scenery? Is because where you would normally film from, the gyprock walls are full of fist holes.
Yeah, exactly. That PlayStation has seen better days, I can tell you that.
It's in pieces on the garage floor.
No, yeah, because I try and sit out here and do stuff. I don't know if I've told. I think I told you. I'm trying to set up my own business, not work for someone else. So I've been out here doing stuff, and if I go back in there, I'll just want to do fish videos. So I'll leave it for the moment. Plus, it's dirtier.
Fish fingers, did you say, or fish sticks?
Both, bit of both.
Fish sticks.
Hey, we're I didn't realize we're heading into. Oh, you don't have it, do you? Daylight savings.
Yes,
Yeah,
we
we
do.
do.
Oh no, you do. You're New South Wales.
Yeah.
No, I didn't
Anytime.
realize we're heading into that this weekend.
Is it this weekend? Fuck.
I only realized because of the American football. I'm like, why are all the games starting an hour later? I'm like, oh, that'll be because we're changing.
Yeah.
Get out.
But I was just thinking that because you got a bunch of awesome Americans like Punchy and Susie and stuff watching, that means that you'll
We're
be a
2
little
hours
bit earlier for them now. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, the
Well,
gap gets extreme.
Yeah, the best thing about when daylight savings start is that I'm not starting drinking at 1 o'clock in the afternoon. I think it moves to 2 o'clock for a little bit.
Now it's
And then it moves to 3 o'clock. So it's like far out. At least I'm not maggot by 7 o'clock.
I said to myself before, I'm like, I'm going to be a good boy. I'm not going to have a drink at all tonight. And then dealing with all that acclimate stuff, I'm like, I'm looking forward to it. I'll be able to chuck some beers in the fridge. I'm like, yep.
All of a sudden, I've become quite thirsty.
Oh, I was actually I almost called you the other week because I was looking at a bus in, I can't remember the exact suburb, but near Byron Bay. And I was like, I should call Blacky and say, go down and have a look at it for me and tell me if it's any good.
Was it a coaster?
Yeah, it was.
That
You see the
bus was
same
parked
ad.
in my backyard, dude. It's my mate Luca's bus. Yeah.
Well, there you go. There was a
Yeah,
few
he
of
wants to move
this
it
guy,
on.
he imports them from Japan. So
Yeah.
he has a whole bunch of coasters. His
Yeah.
name's Hugo. And Hugo really just gave me nothing. And I was prepared to fly up and have a look at it and stuff. And then I was like, guy's giving me nothing. I'm just going to walk away from this one.
Right.
Yeah.
Me and Z-Beam will go out on a mission and check out a bus for you
Yeah,
if you
we've got a
want.
mobile mission for you, video inspection. But I'm pretty sure I know this bus exactly.
Is it a
parked on my
manual or an
property.
auto?
It's only meant to be here for 2 weeks, but the guy ended up staying here for about 3 months over COVID, camped in my backyard. And I eventually said to him, man, you've got to move on. Floods are going to come soon and you're going to get fucked up. And he's like, I don't believe you. You're just trying to get rid of me. And I'm like, no, dude, you've got to go. And he eventually got his shit together and moved the bus finally on my birthday, on my 40th birthday, the day of my birthday, and moved it to Billy
Happy birthday,
Nuttall.
by the way.
And
Happy
thank
birthday.
you. Yeah, cheers. Moved it to Billy Nudgel to the mechanics for it to get looked at, and yeah, he's been trying to move it on ever since. So someone's going to pick it up, but it's
Now I
had
want to find it.
fair bit of work done to it.
I need closure here too. It'd be really fun if we found out that was exactly the same bus that we're talking about.
It would be fun. He's turned it into a camper, minivan,
Yeah.
motorhome thingy.
Motorhome, yeah,
Byron area.
yeah.
Yeah, it's so ambiguous. There's so much area around here.
What's the seller's name? No, it's not that one. That's more modern than the one my mate Luca had. Luca's one was really old compared to that.
Isn't that's a song? My name is Luca. I live on the second
Yeah.
floor.
Second floor.
I live on. Oh, it might have had a paint job. No. Luca's one was a bit more beat up than that. Welcome back, BJ.
That's beat up. None of those seats are really. It's a bit of a rocky ride.
There's a lot of
Someone rampaged through that.
Yeah.
Oh wow. Yeah, it probably wouldn't be the same one, unfortunately, because I was looking for one that is a bus with all the seats in it. So I find so many, I'm like, that looks awesome, and then someone's ripped all the seats out to turn it into a camper, which I reckon is a really cool idea, but it's not what I wanted.
Yeah.
What do you want a bus for?
So I want to start doing winery tours.
Oh,
So if I can get a bus, which I might have one now, then I'll quit my job. Just gave him a big
the dual
And-
bird.
I'm gonna try and work for myself. Rely
Yeah.
on social media and word of mouth and a little bit of marketing to get some people in, and then just take people around. Well, you know where I live, so
Yeah, well,
I'm not
if
one of the
if anyone's got a personality that can host a winery tour, it's you, dude. You're a very
thanks.
happy chappy and can get on with anyone. I mean, you got on with me,
I know.
so you can get on with anyone.
It was a lot of effort, but yeah, it did. I take it as a compliment, thank you. But I also have noticed your general bus tour operator is usually a 70-year-old man who's retired and he just can't stay at home every day, and he loves to waft on. And I'm like, am I
Because he
already
gets
an
to
old
talk
man?
to
What am
someone
I
other
doing?
than his old bitty wife.
But I think that Dad would be stoked about doing something like that. So
Yeah, I reckon he would too.
yeah, I think it's good timing to just give it a go. Try and do something.
Something different, brother. That's really good.
Yeah.
I hope it goes well for you.
Thank you. Well, that's all I'm doing at the moment is jumping through hoops. And I thought, oh, I'll be able to do more Aquamate stuff now because I'm not working. And I'm like, I can't find time to do anything because there's all just the legalities and
just focusing on starting up a new business is, it's a 24-hour a day job pretty much, isn't it?
That's it. Yeah, you can't. I was dreaming about a coaster last night, and I'm like, "This is the perfect bus." But there's a screen behind me. I'm like, "I can't have a screen behind me. What do I do?" And I'm like, "Wow, this is what I dream about now."
Yeah. And you could do live streams on your tours.
Yeah, well, I've spoke to a web developer, and we're working together to do a website. And I told him about YouTube, and he's like, "You have to do a YouTube channel about the business." And I'm like, I don't think I could do that, but I think I could do that too.
Absolutely. You just hire an offsite and do the filming. You can be on camera interviewing your customers and fucking promoting the shit, and people could be watching like, where's the good goon at, man?
That's what we'll call the channel. Where's the good goon at?
Where's the good goon at? I'm
going to change the name of the company now to that.
Is there an acronym for that? WTGA. No, there's WTGGA. Yeah, it doesn't work as a word, does it?
It
rhymes with Mr.
Where's the goon at? Where's the goon at? No. Where's the goon at? Perfect. We have a theme song. Entrance music. And you can play it on the bus, the whole crew when they go into the next winery. You can have the custom song on the stereo. Where's the goon at?
I suppose.
Well, I was thinking it'd be fun to do because I want to eventually. I'd like to get like a little screen and put it up there so that people can do karaoke and stuff. So when we really get the parties going, but yeah, it'd be fun to do a couple videos. Like I was thinking of doing a flight attendant video, like your nearest exits are here, and do that at the start. But really just sort of take the piss out of it, so people get on and go, "Oh, it's going to be one of these trips, isn't it?" Hey,
That's
BJ.
a solid idea. I like it. I like it a lot.
Yeah,
Just got to make sure you've got your release forms sorted.
Release
people
forms
are going to be filmed. They have to sign a release.
Oh yeah, exactly. Well, honestly, I was thinking I'm gonna have to have a dash cam, and then you're gonna want to have one turned around. Like, you don't know what's gonna happen. Someone being an idiot does something to someone else or tries to do something to me. You got to cover all angles.
Yeah.
But then I thought for hens parties, I could do live streams with the camera in the bus if you want, and charge $15.95 per hour to watch it.
Yes. At least. And then
That's basically
it.
why I'm doing it. That's all.
Yeah, the husbands will be paying for it to keep tabs on their women, man.
That's true.
That's brilliant.
Imagine that you send a link out to all the husbands and go, if you want to see what they're doing, you just jump on.
Keep tabs on your misso here.
Your subscription only, like fucking paid fucking feed.
The first minute's free, and then it's $3.95.
It should be a section on your release form, your spouse's email address, so you can post them the links as well.
Yeah, your emergency contacts. We only want to email them. We don't want to know.
Monetizes.
I can see great success for this company in the near future.
Yeah.
This is all good, all very good, especially if you focus on hens parties.
Well, that's why I wanted a bus, because you want to have. So the one that, fingers crossed, hopefully I'll get it looked at tomorrow and everything's okay and we can do it, is a 25-seater. And that's the thing. Like, I want to be able to do hens parties and corporate gigs. So that way you got one booking through the day, and then rather than trying to get a couple over here, a couple over there, a couple over there, and then go, oh, I really need 4 more couples, otherwise when running at a loss or take the headache. So, and also you want to have that bigger vehicle, because if you have people come up and go, I want 7 people, easy if you've got a van. But if someone says I want 14, and you're saying no to that business, it's a big deal to turn around and say no to it. So, Joshua, which Joshua are you talking about, BJ?
Both of you. Oh no, she already said hi to Z-Beam earlier.
Oh, and hey, GRB.
Caught a really cool legless lizard the other day. Bright yellow underbelly. Had me. It was actually a baby snake. Did you work out what was it? A dugite? They got bright yellow bellies when they're babies. I've heard.
Do you want me to get the book? I'll look it up. My dad wrote a book on Australian reptiles. So
Western brown snakes are just like the Eastern brown snakes. Their babies have so many different colorations and patterns and stuff. Yeah, that BJ's clarified for you, Joshua.
I can't remember what I said.
You just wondering.
I said something wrong 5 minutes ago, I think. Oh, so what's news?
I got a call from the man. And my board game that I've been developing for the last 8 years is going to get picked up, hopefully, by the local SAE students.
Yeah.
So the board game is going to be released as an app, is my grand plan. And then when the app's successful, then I can contact another company and get the physical copies in circulation. And it's a fucking treasure. Like this, the simplification and the lack of dice means that the strategy is just fucking solid.
That's awesome. How long have you been working on that?
What's that?
8 years.
8 years in development. But it's at a version now that it needs play testing and some final polish. And then once that phase is complete, then we can get it digitized. I've got all the code ready to go because it's all been done physically on pen and paper.
Yep.
And then bang, we've got an app that's churning in good money. So
is it a modern version of armchair cricket?
No, it's a combination of Monopoly, chess, a bit of Dungeons and Dragons.
G'day, Gaffer, by the way.
The whole battle arena concept that League of Legends does. So
it sounds exactly like armchair cricket.
Bit more strategies involved.
As long as it tears families apart like Monopoly does.
Well, I think it'll bring families together because if you play really well and you know your shit, you can play this game the game can keep going for months. It's self-perpetuating. So once the assets are bought, like weapons and stuff in the game, they stay in the system rather than getting degraded and disappearing. So it's fucking hot.
So what did you say? You said something about SAE picking it up. Is that what's that?
It's a international sound and engineering and computer
School
graphics.
of Audio Engineering, I believe the acronym stands for.
Yeah, so we've got a campus in Byron Bay, and the idea is eventually to get it pitched to them, to get some students working on it so that these students then get shares in the company, and then they've got a continuing role and a job once they finish their course.
Again, that's a solid callback to earlier in the episode where most of these entertainment producers, their main goal is just to keep people in jobs. They're not out there to make money. They just want to keep people employed.
Yeah. We want to get people busy, and lock them in and
idle hands of the devil's playground.
Yeah.
Oh, I love it. Oh, one of my favorite sayings ever.
So my friend Elon gave me a good, what I call a men's hat, a mental exercise, and it's a Jewish saying. I can't remember the Jewish word for it, but it basically says, no hope, no fear. Don't gamble. Just be confident and trust and do your shit and make it happen. Just don't fucking let randomness decide your fate. Fucking make it happen.
Yeah, I like it.
Elon's a wise boy, isn't he?
He
No
is-
wonder he's got good drumsticks.
Oh, that's a different guy. That's Paul Ibby with the drumsticks.
I was going to say, how many Elons are there?
Yeah, my Elon is a world treasure. He's a grand wizard in his own right. I fucking have much respect for him. He's
I
got
don't know.
family ties to publishing and is apparently related to the scientist who penned the paper with Einstein called the Einstein-Rosen bridge, which is the theory of wormholes and how to fold space and time to get places you're not meant to go.
Yeah, that folds my brain in time. I'm trying to think about how that works. Oh, well, that's really exciting. That's awesome. I had a friend who made a couple apps, like little games. What's actually? Remember Flappy Bird?
Yeah.
Yeah, like how that guy made that and it went crazy and he decided, nah, I'm not in this to make money and deleted it. So people were selling phones, old phones that still had a copy of Flappy Bird on them. My mate, I think it was his brother was getting into making apps, or his girlfriend's brother, I think. And they made Flappy Chappelle.
Right.
And they put Chappelle Corby in, and it was basically Flappy Bird, but you were Chappelle Corby trying to grab boogie board back. And we all downloaded it, like, this is amazing. I don't know why this isn't blowing up.
Yeah. Meme worthy.
Needed to be a character appropriate to all of the nations that it was released in.
Yeah.
Well, I think it was released.
No one
yeah.
outside of Australia knows who Chappelle is.
Yeah.
Who
It's
the
a very
world?
limited market.
Where was she from?
Aussie. She's from the Gold Coast.
Yeah, no, that's right, Queensland. Yeah, I knew she was obviously an Aussie. Yeah, but over in Bali. Friends of ours are going to Bali. I've never been, and they're like, "You should come." And I'm thinking about it, but
It's fucking awesome.
yeah, is it good?
So good.
I've been to Phuket before, and I just kind of feel like,
Thailand, isn't it?
yeah, Thailand, and I'm like, is Thailand and Bali and Fiji and all that, is it all the same sort of thing, or is it all?
I've only been to Fiji out of those ones, and my impression of Fiji is very, very different to the other ones that you've mentioned.
Bali is particularly special because they're animists, first and foremost, and they believe in the Hindu pantheon. So they've got a lot of connection to the old empire that used to span quite a part of the globe. And
That's crazy.
the belief is alive and well. So every year they have a ceremony called Nyepi, which is like their New Year's Day. And the night before Nyepi, they make these statues, these effigies of different gods and demons, or having a fight, and they parade them around the streets. Then around dawn, after their big parades, they'll go to the beach and they'll burn them. And then the next day, Nyepi, is a day of silence, and you're meant to stay in your hotel room and just not use electronics and just be quiet and meditate and just be gentle and let the gods walk the streets. And then everything's cleared, and boom, the next day happens and everything's fresh. So we in Australia, we've got Earth Hour. I don't know if they have that over where you are, but we do our own form of Nyepi once a year where just for an hour, all the lights go off.
It's pretty slack, really, isn't it? Only 60 minutes.
An hour. Yeah.
What do we have some whiteout or something like that where you're supposed to turn everything off.
Yeah, that's what he's talking about. Earth Hour. I think it's April. It's not April 20th, isn't it? That would be.
I think it's just a minute for us. I'm trying to remember what it was. It's white something, but maybe it's the same thing. And I'm thinking of. I don't know, something else that was
You're
going on.
conflating your colours because you're racist.
Whatever you say, man.
But racism has been an issue this episode, so I was just doing a little bit of a callback.
I'll be back in a minute.
It has been an issue.
Oh no, but you know, we've mentioned it on a couple of different topics that we've spoken about today.
Yep.
We spoke about it in movie stuff, and I can't remember what the other ones were, but there was a couple of other ones. It's been a long show. It's nearly 4 hours, Jesus.
Yeah. Always an issue in sport.
Well, how did he miss the camera? Did he fall down in front of the camera?
He's gone to the toilet, I think.
No, not Josh. This spider that has been hanging out on top of my webcam, and all of a sudden he's dropped down in front of it. Oh, there he goes. Climbed back up.
So the Underwater Pet Expo is on in a couple of weeks.
Oh, wow. Wait, why have they changed the time of year that they're doing it?
COVID? I think because they wanted to do it at the same time of year, I think, this year. But it clashed with
Someone else had the all booked.
Yeah, I can't remember. And then, so they went, let's just put it in the middle of October. Plenty of time to organize it, plenty of time to notice for everybody. And then I think it's worked out that it's on exactly the same day as like the big annual ANGFA thingy up in Queensland or something like that. Like, oh, great. Good timing.
25th of March.
There
What
we
are you
go.
saying? Oh, hang on. Oh, that's when the Earth hour is, right? Earth minute, according to Aquamate.
Non-essential lights. Well, they're all essential. Need to see.
Well, you know, you only need your cigarette light once in a while.
Bloody Harry.
Australian national anthem. Let's change his tune.
Red Bull.
Red Bull doesn't count as Australian national anthem. Sorry, Z-Beam.
No, it doesn't have the same.
No, yeah, all of your previous ones, they count. This one does not.
It's like a busker singing the national anthem.
Yeah, it's a semi acceptable rendition, but not quite there.
Yeah. But I stupidly have put my hand up to do a presentation at the expo this year.
Oh,
so
look out.
that's
What
going
are
to be
you going to do it on?
kids and their first aquarium. So I'm going to talk to people about trying to set up a natural aquarium for success. Nice and easy, like low lighting, easy to grow plants. And yeah, to avoid things like goldfish and clown.
Plus, you've got your lovely story about your aquarium hobby being influenced by your father's influence as well. So I'm sure you're going to squeeze that in somehow, isn't it?
Yeah, well, that's sort of it. Like, I can sort of talk about it that I did this when I was 8, and the way that we did it was probably, a really good way to do it. But I think a lot of kids out there say, I want a fish. And then you go to Kmart, you get a 20-litre tank and get a couple goldfish and put a filter on the side and go, there you go. But it's not expensive to do it right. And I've just set up a few tanks for some mates, and the guppies are pretty much my focus on it because you get some really cool colors. You can deal with the smaller tanks, but I would always probably recommend a 40-litre as a good way to start. And
hang on a sec. You people that have been waiting 3 3/4 hours, we're finally doing some fish talk.
But then that's the thing with Endlers. Like, they're so exciting for kids to watch, I think, because you get all the colors and the activity, and they breed so easily. Like, you go and check the tank every day and something's happening. So I think it's a really good way to get people into the hobby rather than just go, you fed the goldfish. I can't remember. We did last Thursday. Why is it floating like that? So my plan is actually over the next 2 weeks to make a video, put the video out. That's good rehearsal for me. And then go and sort of do the same sort of thing live and then tell people, go and subscribe to the channel. And it's the last video if you want to have that information, but also you can reach out. And yeah. But then Blake's doing one on breeding fish for profit. Bodgy's doing one as well.
Bodgy's doing a presentation.
Setting up your first saltwater aquarium. He has jumped off the freshwater bandwagon and straight onto the saltwater.
There's more viewers in the saltwater community, I think.
Yeah. And then
Kid's a marketing genius.
Yeah.
Josh,
What's
have you
her
ever
name? The girl from Perth.
Josh, have you ever used
Jason Sinclair?
Yeah. I haven't heard that name for a while.
Sorry,
Josh,
Jace, if you're watching.
have you ever had swordtails before?
Yes.
They're very hardy.
I think that's right. Like swordtails and platies and endless are probably like they're hardier than your fancy guppies, which I think people go down the fancy guppy path.
Yeah,
straight away.
guppies get nailed by kingfishers here, so I can't keep guppies. They don't move fast enough, but swordtails have enough instinct to get away and hide. And my bowl of swordtails, they're just hyperactive. They're a breed apart. I'm up to my 8th generation, and I only did my first pH test in like a decade a few weeks ago.
Yeah,
it was like heavily alkaline, and I'm like, damn, that I've been breeding some cave fish with some really strong tolerances, and I put the buffer in or the acid in and brought the pH back to green. The fucking bacteria went crazy.
Yep.
When I brought it back to green zone, middle of the plane, it just
started taking over.
The bacteria was just glug brown everywhere. It was like, this is horrible. All my plants died, so I'm down to one plant left, and I've just decided, turn off the filter, turn off the lights, let them have some peace in their nice ceramic bowl, and I'm going to introduce some more plants to the environment and maybe some more genetic stock into the mix. But I think I'm overstocked. I've got to move some more on, Blacky, if you want to take some swordtails.
Sure. I've got space.
And some aquarium salt or salt. Maybe. But yeah, you're 100% spot on. Like,
So I dare you to say that again and get it right.
100% spot on.
I'm going to put that as
swordtails
one
are
of
a
the
very
classic
good one.
moments.
And I will mention that because look, I'm one of those people that's had guppies before and can't keep them, and it's because the water, like it's. I think when you're keeping guppies, you do need to be adding some sort of salt to the aquarium, or so something like a Texas Holy Rock or some sort of coral sand. This is going to help them, and it's just a lot of people chase parameters. Like if you're going to start, don't start chasing stuff. Start with this is what I've got. This is what will work, and then as you become a better fish keeper or hobbyist, then you go, oh, I do want to do that, and I know I have to do this differently to make that happen. Yeah. So I just the amount of times people say, I bought a 3-foot tank and I got all these guppies and they were going fine, and then they all just died. And then that 3-foot tank has sat there for 3 years in their lounge room with nothing going on, and you're like, why don't you do something with it? So anyway,
I'll share another bit of my fish technology with you guys. Lepidolite is a purple stone from Africa. I was picking it up from aquarium shops for quite cheap, this beautiful light purple stone, and it's a lithium silicate. So it actually is like drugs for fish. And the fish get along better when they have the lithium in the bowl.
when they're a little bit high.
Yeah, lithium just settles the mood down and just keeps them all calm. And I had an experience where I put a Siamese fighting fish in with the bowl, and all the women beat up the Siamese fighting fish, and he stopped being an asshole. He actually, this fish psychology is real. So
Interesting.
like, look after your fish on another level. Give them the medic. If you've got aggressive fish, get some lepidolite and put it in your tank, and make sure the pH is and just at the right point where some of that lithium silicate can leach into the water, and the fish are happy.
I'm imagining it's
available at all local fish stores. I'm sure.
I'm imagining it's very similar to a bunch of teenagers on Blacky's property foraging for mushrooms. They're all like pretty cool at the moment. They're all happy with each other while they're out there.
It's all
water
fun
in
and
nature
games
constantly
until the,
changes. Softest water.
I had something there, but I lost it.
I don't know where would have the softest water for us.
Yeah, I couldn't think of somewhere there either.
pH here is like 6 out of the tap, 5.86. And super like minute amount of chlorine in our water, which is another thing that I'll have to cover and be like, I don't use the chlorinator. Never have. Probably never will. And fish stores will be like, it's going to be fun because I'm going to be standing in between two big fish stores doing this presentation. Like, you don't need to chlorinate. They're like, yes, you do. Like, if you want to spend $30 on whatever, I mean, it can't hurt, I suppose, but
yeah, another callback to earlier in the episode. You may get beaten up in the car park afterwards.
Me, yeah.
For making
who else is going to get beaten up in the car park?
Oh, there was a story earlier about a potential car park fight that never occurred, but it was. I still call it a callback.
Bring back the biff.
Bring back the biff.
So you're looking forward to some cricket teeing off soon?
What do you mean soon?
Oh.
Cricket's
Isn't the
on
World
12
Cup-
months of the year round.
Yeah, but isn't the World Cup like?
Yeah, we got a T20 World Cup coming up soon. I got over cricketed in the IPL, and I've been off cricket a little while, and Formula One has had like 3 weeks off. It's stupid because they had their summer break, which is generally 4 weeks. Then they had like 3 races, and then they're back into another 3-week break. These dudes are earning millions of dollars. Why aren't they racing their cars for my entertainment purposes? Slackers.
Ridiculous. Yeah, the cricket's 2.5 weeks away.
Girlfriends and stuff. Yeah, it's very close.
And we're hosting it, aren't we?
I couldn't honestly tell you that, dude. I haven't,
Yeah, we
been paying much attention.
We are hosting it 16th of October. It starts, and there are games all over the country.
I wonder, are they doing small grounds as well, like local ones and stuff? That would be good if they did that.
Doing GMHBA in Geelong.
Are they doing any in Oaks Oval in Lismore? I'd go to one there. There'd be so many sixes at Oaks Oval.
Why would they do that in the World Cup?
Just to, tour the game, introduce some people to the game that they might never have heard of in Australia.
Yeah, but I suppose they want to show off to the rest of the world. Like, look at our stadiums. And
Yeah, Oaks Oval only seats about 15,000 people. So, yeah, I don't think they're going to go there.
what happened to Will Pekowski yesterday?
Who?
Will Pekowski?
I don't know who that is. Is he a cricketer?
Am I saying his name wrong? Or
No, you're probably saying it right. I just don't know who that is.
I thought you were all over your cricket.
I am. but I did just like less than a minute ago say how I was cricketed out by the whatever the IPL, the Indian Premier League, and I haven't watched cricket for a little while.
I thought you were talking about Big Bash League, and I was like, yeah, that's friggin' ages ago. But I didn't watch any of the IPL at all.
No, it was great. It was good, but it's certainly it made me go, I need to just sit out of cricket for a little bit here because I've been over cricketed.
Yeah, give me a couple of weeks and then you can start the World Cup, I suppose.
And that was good while the Formula One was on, but now the Formula One's having a break, and it's like far out. Now I've got no sport.
Yeah. I'll call you back. Got hit too many times in the head. That's what I was thinking, M-Ball Space.
Me? Yeah, probably.
Will Pukowski's I think he's an all-rounder. Definitely batsman. In a Victorian kid, they reckon is really promising, but he just keeps getting concussed. But something happened to him yesterday, but I didn't think it was a concussion this time.
Is he picking too many fights in the car park?
I don't think he gets to the car park. He just keeps headbutting the ball for some reason.
Oh, right.
That's why, and that's what they reckon that he won't play. Something he won't play tests or something because. Yeah,
he doesn't know how to duck.
You sort of target him a bit, whereas you can't in the lower forms.
They just need Sean Abbott to bowl at him for a little bit. That's a deep cricket cut for those cricket fans watching.
He's the one that bowled the ball to Phil Hughes.
Yeah, now I don't want to smile anymore.
I don't know where we're going now.
Yes, Sean Abbott was the bowler that hit Phil Hughes in the head, which eventually caused Phil Hughes' death 3 days later.
Yeah, it's horrible. We had the grand final down here on the weekend. Did you watch any of that?
Go Cats. Go Cats. Apparently I'm supposed to practice that before tonight's recording of my other show.
I've got to go, guys.
Righto, Z-Beam. Thanks heaps, dude.
Good to have a chat.
Take it easy, guys.
You bloody
Enjoy your
done well,
AFL
mate.
and all this cricket shit and things that I don't have any idea about. Anyway,
I big up to you weeks ago when you were here for like 2.5 hours, and now it's been 4 hours, and you were here 15 minutes before we started. So you've been here like almost 4.5 hours by my mathematics.
see you guys. Hello, Elon. Hey, man.
Is he talking to Elon Musk?
Yeah. They're tight. They're super tight. You should see his home electricity system. It's brilliant. It's got all the mod cons.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's not a regular name that you hear, is it? And now we know too.
That's why I was sort of like, I don't know if he's taking the piss now.
Ballspace says Will Pukowski has suffered 11 suspected concussions throughout his career.
Yeah.
Man, that kid needs to learn how to duck properly.
I know. It's just bizarre that it just keeps happening to him. Some footballers are like that too. Just one of the Sydney players, he actually got drafted. First draft pick went to St Kilda years ago as a key forward. Just kept getting concussed. Had to quit football. And then his brother plays for Sydney. And then they signed him at the start of the year and made him a defender. And he played pretty much the whole year. Didn't get concussed. And they were saying because he's leading for the ball and all the action's coming at him, he's more likely to get concussed than if you're following the ball trying to stop it.
Chase it,
So
yeah.
they turned it around. Hey, Shane, how are you? But what I was going to say is the grand final, Robbie Williams sang before it, and he did a really amazing job. But he dedicated a song to Warnie, and there's 100,000 people singing along in the Shane Warne stand. I was
What song did he do?
Angels.
Oh, yeah, righto.
And I was like,
Beautiful.
This is honestly 100% worth looking it up on YouTube and just seeing the song because it takes your breath away a little bit.
Yeah, I heard Robbie was doing the entertainment, but I didn't watch the event. I mean, if you're going to, watch the other video, that I've got to pretend that I'm rapt that Geelong won the grand final, then yeah, I know for sure.
Yeah, they were good. The captain retired today too, so there you go. You'll be well versed in it.
Welcome back, George. Yeah, I do another. I've embarked on another journey of YouTube with a friend of mine that we share the same interest in a particular comedy podcast. So we do, that Walking Dead show that Chris Hardwick does.
I know the TV series.
Well, there's a TV series that Chris Hardwick hosts. It's like after The Walking Dead happens, then they talk about The Walking Dead. So now I'm doing this podcast with another dude where we talk about what happens on Comedy Bang Bang, an improvised comedy podcast.
Yep.
Improvised comedy is not everyone's cup of tea, so we're not getting 1 million viewers, but we're building. We're building
What's
slowly.
his name?
The other guy,
Yeah.
Babyface Bren. Huawei will pop a link up in no seconds at all.
I have seen you going live at a different time, like later at night. Yeah.
Maybe. we don't do it live. We record it, and then because he does editing and stuff and makes it much more fantastic than our. We record for like 4 or 5 hours and get considerably drunker and stoned up, and then he turns around and edits it and turns it into something much better than what it appears at first.
Oh, that's cool. I'll have to check it out.
But do you like improvised comedy?
I improvise everything, I suppose. So what's the difference? I am improvised comedy.
It seems a really, really difficult subject to get people into is improvised comedy, because it seems that most people want their comedy scripted these days. Oh.
Well, I assume you're sort of talking about, like, for example, whenever you see like behind the scenes on, like, say, Will Ferrell movies and stuff, you can tell they've got a line to toss something up, and then they just improvise for 5 minutes and then pull the bit that sort of they reckon is the funniest bit back out. So watching those bloopers and stuff where they're trying to improvise the jokes is always usually funny. So
the industry term is going off book.
Off hook.
Because you're not reading the script, you're just making your own shit up.
I tried to stop in and see Mum on my way home, but she wasn't home. But I have a key to her house, so we went in, and Harry changed the Google speaker. He changed the name to Harry and Joshua here. So he's like, when you get home, Nan, you have to go up to the Google speaker and ask what your name is. And he's turned it right up. She's like, thanks for the very loud Harry and Joshua.
That's gold that your son's already got this level of deviousness at his early age.
Oh, he's looking at me while we're driving. I'm like, what are you looking at? He's like, nothing. Like, what are you doing? And he's
Was he monitoring it?
And he's like, can you smell it yet? And I was like, oh. I'm like, Jesus, kid. He's funny.
Well, farts are one of the best comedies.
Yeah. I think he's just realized, he's like, hang on. If I do this in the car, it upsets everybody.
Oh, the spider's moved onto my drinking glass.
Uh-oh.
So what do you got coming out? What do you got to plug apart from your wine tour business?
No, I don't have anything. What I was actually going to do when I got kicked out of my thing, I was actually going through a couple older videos that I thought I could cut out and make a much shorter version and do a couple reels with it. So I was just having a bit of fun because I do a reel and it gets 1,000 views, and I do a video and I get 200 views. So I'm like, I still want to keep doing videos, but I can punch a reel out in like 15 minutes. So at least I'm still doing something, creating something, and putting it out there. To do a 10-minute talk takes half a day to put together. But no, I actually haven't got anything. I don't know if you've seen the last video. I got a Darwin crab for the White Cloud tank, Dad's tank that I set up. So he's awesome. So it was a bit of a impulse buy. So I do need to get a little bit more info on it, and I'll probably say, well, this is what I've done. Everyone's like, he's going to get out. He's going to get out. He's going to get out. He hasn't got out yet. But I have seen him climb pretty much to the top of one of the wooden structures in there.
Wandering, going, oh, is it worth it? Or will I die in the corner of this mega room?
Yeah, exactly.
Covered in oil stains.
He seems really happy, though. Like, he just seems to chill. Then he comes out in the afternoon, foraging for food. And then pretty much, at nighttime, I'll just drop like an algae wafer or some sinking food in there, and he grabs it. He's a lot more comfortable with like me being around there now, because at first he just hid, and now he's like, oh, actually, you're not going to hurt me. Really interesting, different creature to have in the tanks, because I've never had a crab before.
Yeah.
Crabs before, but I haven't had a crab before.
I'd see what you did there. I'd definitely like to have some fun with some crabs. I wouldn't like to have some unfun with crabs, because that would be uncomfortable.
I thought the freshwater crabs, because I know Blake had some, I thought they were like really tiny, but this guy is like that big. He's
what sort did you call him?
Mr. Krabby.
No.
What's Mr. Crab? Darwin freshwater crab.
Right. Yeah, I might have to look them up.
I've got a technical name for it, but when I write in the technical name for it, there's not a lot of info, to be honest.
G'day, Mexicali Fish Keeper. Another cherry for the day. I don't believe Mexicali Fish Tank. Oh, Fish Keeper, Fish Tanker, I was going to say. First time Mexicali. Consider your cherry taken.
So it's an Austrothalfusa agassizii. Agassizi. Austrothalfusa agassizi.
Has it got two eyes at the end?
One.
Yeah, right.
But yeah, you can see that's basically what he looks like. He's
stunner.
I just love as well, like he goes around with the right paw or claw, just sifting through everything, and the other one's just there ready to attack something that comes near him. And I was a little bit worried about him catching the fish, but they all just, I said, no, they're too slow to catch the fish.
And the best thing about a crab that size, one bite and you're done.
He does look tasty. He's already orange. Imagine how red he'd go if you put him in some warmer water.
Some warmer water. Nice. Mexicali has lurked before. Oh.
I've lurked before. What of it?
Well, what of it? Could have had the cherry removed yonks ago if you just spoke up. But now it's just today. Today is your cherry day. I don't know why I still keep referring to it as a cherry, removing someone's cherry. That seems such an antiquated statement, and probably, opposite to what Me Too requires us to say and stuff.
I think it's just because when someone comes in here, you've penetrated their mind.
Penetrated their mind. That sounds so much just more disgusting than it really is. But I'll take it. I'll own that. Blacky, penetrating minds for food.
Sounds like a good band name.
Ooh. Penetrating minds.
Talking heads and penetrating minds live at the New York.
Second time this podcast, my pants got a little bit tighter. Go on, ball space. Tell us, what did she do? How old's Harry now?
23.
23. Little tiny little part of me doesn't believe what you're telling me.
Gagged a little.
I'm glad the 23-year-old wasn't around when that joke was exposed.
No, he'll be 10 in a couple months. They grow up so fast.
Oh, they do. All of mine are over. Oh, I can't say that, actually. My oldest boys are all over 20 now. No, I can't even say that. Jesus, my youngest one's 19.
Yeah, but still.
Well, forget the numbers. They're all big boys.
It's funny. He's starting to get to that age where I'm like, oh, in 6 more years, I can go on holidays without you.
6 more years. That's generous.
Well, I could leave him home alone. Like, I know you're going to have a party, but I need to get out anyway. So just don't break anything.
So you've got nothing else to promote or tell us why you're actually here. There's no...
Nah, if you're in Melbourne,
fictitious.
October 15th, I probably won't be there on the 16th. Make sure you head down to the Underwater Pet Expo, $10 a ticket, and say hello. I'll be there.
Is someone filming your talk for you? So
I'll probably set my camera up. I don't think I'll do it as a live stream. I might do a live stream while I'm there for a little bit as well, just to
not your talk though, because you want to be able to edit out all your ums and ers and stuff.
Oh, I probably won't. I'll just go for it. I think I'll try and do a live stream. I just haven't really thought about do a live stream for like half an hour or an hour with some people would be a good part of it. And I definitely want to take the camera out and try and create an underwater pet expo video. And yeah, I don't know. The live talk's going to be a little bit, I'll be nervous, but it's one of those things. If you're not nervous about something, well, if you are nervous about something, it means you care. So that's something that you should be trying, something you should do.
I did not know that, Chewy. Yeah, my most memorable moment from the Underwater Pet Expo when I was down there was because, as everyone knows, I was incredibly hungover the morning of the first day of the Underwater Pet Expo.
Why were you hungover?
Because, I drank heaps of liquor the night before.
We had a good night. It was good fun.
I mean, it was fun until a point where a certain individual behaved like an absolute idiot. This guy. I'm not ashamed. I will own my mistakes. But yeah, what's his name from Majestic Aquariums? Paul
Talbot.
Yeah, when I interviewed him on bloody hell, was it on Blake's channel?
No, it was on mine.
It was on yours, was it? Yeah. And I was still very drunk, and it was still quite a very, very Australian interview, shall I say? Because I was still pissed from the night before, and he was accommodating to that fact because he said he told me that he does most of his YouTube videos whilst he's incredibly intoxicated as well, which
while he's drinking
watching
some red
back on them, I can understand that as probably true.
Yeah. Well, I don't know if he's going to be there. I hope he is, and I hope Chris is there because Actually spoken to his brother a few times since then, but I haven't met him properly. I can't remember the girl's name from Perth. Good following, gone nuts on Instagram. Taylor, is it?
Is it the shrimp girl?
No. Oh,
Yeah, that only girl I can remember is that shrimp one.
Beck.
What's her YouTube channel called?
Shrimpfluencer.
Shrimpfluencer, that's it. Yeah. She was good fun. She didn't seem to mind too much that I was a very drunk old man.
Yeah, simple aquariums. She'll be there, and yeah, I imagine Beck will probably be there. It'll be interesting to see how it's different from the first one.
Is this the first one since the COVID breakdown?
Yeah, that's
righto. Right. Yeah. It will be interesting then to see how they rally.
Yeah, it was good. Sam asked me and Blake and Bodgy to be a bit more involved in setting it up, and I came up with the floor plan and stuff. What I really wanted to do, though, but I didn't have any time, and I think it got away from us. Really wanted to do some kids stuff like balloon animals and face painting and stuff. A bit more of a festival sort of vibe.
Something for every age group.
Yeah, just get everyone really excited rather than just walking around and having a look at things. So a little bit more to it. So I think there is a bit of a focus on that side of things. I've only committed to the Saturday because I was hoping to be working on the Sunday. But yeah, this bus thing's not as quick as I hoped it would be.
By the sounds of it, it's going to work out. You're a determined lad. When you set your mind to something, you'll make it happen. I'm fairly confident of that. Not fairly confident. I'm rigidly confident that you'll make it work, bro. I know you will.
Thank you. Well, yeah, fingers crossed. I was saying to someone the other day, I'm like, it's a bit tricky because like I'm the sort of person that needs to kick up the ass every now and then. Like, come on, you got to do it this way. Or a pat on the back to go, yeah, you're doing well. Keep going, boy. Wagging my tail like, yeah, good. I'm a good boy. And without getting any of that, you're kind of like, am I even doing anything right? I don't even know what's going on.
Yeah, sometimes you need to be the dude who gives yourself a kick up the ass to get moving.
100%. I think I'm looking at a couple of things that I didn't get done today that I actually, when Pickle gets home, we'll have dinner and I'm going to be like, all right, I need your help with this, and this. Because, she's just set up a couple of things that I need to get my head around. So it'll be easier doing it that way. Because I'll spend all day doing it and she'll be like, oh, no, you did it wrong.
And is she's still gainfully employed, though?
Yes, she's still doing her thing, but she's pretty passionate about what I'm doing and how we can do it and that it could evolve into.
Excellent.
We want it to end up becoming an online providor as well. So then we start moving some local produce from the valley out to anywhere else.
Yeah. Great idea.
So the logistics behind it are a little bit confronting, but she's really confident and she's got that covered. So that's not going to happen to begin with. We just want the bus and the tours to start rolling through. And
plus, the more you involve her, the less shit she can give you about what you're not doing right and stuff.
Oh, no. She'll totally give me shit. For what I'm not doing. That's why I'm too scared to make a move because she'll come home and be like, nah, fucked it. I mean, stuffed it.
No, we say fuck on this. As soon as we're past 15 minutes, that's the good boy timer is up. And you're allowed to swear after then.
All right, so a good 4 hours.
I was very, very wary today because I had Z-Beam on from minute 1, and he's generally our biggest swearer.
Harry.
But yeah,
Harry.
I think he abided by the good boy timer. I might have to go back and check on that and make sure. But
yeah. You haven't had Joel on for a bit?
Who?
Joel.
He was here today.
Yeah, see, you haven't had him on for a couple of hours. I popped on a couple times the last 2 weeks, and I just hadn't noticed him.
He did have I think he was with us last week, but the week before that, he was off in the mountains in a caravan, camping and stuff. So he wasn't here.
Oh, that's cool.
Normally, of late, I would have Shana as well, 503 Aquatics. But yeah, she wasn't available for today's stream. So
Was she on with Fishy Biz and Aquafunk yesterday?
I cannot confirm nor deny. I'm in a position where until Fishy Biz comes and watches my show, I'm not doing any work with him.
That's right. Stick it to the man.
And, Aquafunk, anyone, take him or leave him.
Slam, dunk, funk, put it up.
He knows how I feel about him. I've told him before.
Nah, that's not what I was thinking. It's Corey Dorable. What I'm thinking of.
Adorable. Is that a YouTube channel as well?
Corey Dorable Cali Aquatics, I think.
Not familiar with that one. But I don't do much fish tube these days.
No,
apart from all of these lovely people in the chat. They're the only ones that I watch on a regular basis.
Well, yeah, I just try and pop in every now and then when I get a chance. And love
You're always welcome, brother.
Thank you. I enjoy having a chat with you and enjoy jumping in with Pam. I was on the Tennessee Fish Mafia the other morning. That was good fun.
That one's generally on way too early for me.
Yeah, it was early.
I always wake up and there's like a notification from 2 or 3 hours ago saying Tennessee Fish Mafia was on, or whatever they say.
That was good. It was really funny. They were throwing a lot of reptile questions at me. I'm like, I don't know anything about reptiles. I'm sorry.
Yeah, should have messaged me.
Chewy, I haven't heard from Thirsty, and his team just got knocked out of the
rugby league.
Yeah, that was
his team and my team. If I was an avid supporter, but I'm not nowhere near as avid as Thirsty is.
Yeah, so he would have had a crappy weekend, but he likes Geelong. So he would have been happy with Geelong winning too.
Oh, does he? I didn't know.
Yeah, his mate told him he has to barrack for Geelong. I remember a couple of years ago because they beat West Coast and he was rubbing it in. But no, I haven't seen Thirsty for a while.
Yeah, it's got to be a good 3 or 4 months since I had even a message backwards and forwards with him. But we had a day back there a bit where we had a few messages just catching up and whatnot. He seemed well. He seemed like he was on top of stuff.
Yep.
So yeah, at least he's not dead.
I did have plans on starting to go live again, and I've got a whole bunch of people that I would want to speak to, but I just haven't wanted to commit to a particular time.
Look, best advice I ever got about going live: go live whenever the fuck you want. Don't worry about schedules. Don't worry about who else is on. Just go when you want.
Yeah, 1 o'clock Wednesday is my preference, so I'll just do that.
Yeah, go on. We'll see.
No, I didn't care about that so much because I was thinking about it a little bit analytically, I suppose. I'd like to do it in the evenings over here, but I know it would be get a better turnout if you did it in the mornings, because then Americans and the Aussies are awake. And also some of the people you want to speak to can't do the
night.
So then if you do that, you're committing to Aussies as your guests.
One or the other.
And then when you want an American on, now you're uncommitted to that time slot. So now you're all over the shop. So that was just sort of just doing my head in a bit. But there's one of the subscribers from my channel who I actually ran into in a shop. And he's like, Aquamate. I'm like, hi. That was just a weird.
Was that your first one?
Yeah, he's the only one. And
Like that one of what I mean is one of those the first moment in public where you've gone, oh, hang on, I've got a little bit of celebrity here.
yeah, that's it. It's the only time though. But yeah, exactly. But he actually has a Instagram channel now, or Instagram page, and he does a lot of reels. And he's got more followers now on Instagram than I do. But he's a really nice guy. And I was like, we need to have a chat on the channel. And he was really excited about doing it. So I really want to follow through on that one. And that one, maybe it'll just be a one-off over the next week or two that I should line that up. But yeah, I don't know if you know Naz.
Can't say I do.
Yeah, he's a good dude. He's got like 11 tanks now, I think. All little
Little 20s and stuff.
10s and 20s, yeah, I think. All planted. So I like, that's one of the things I like what he's doing. He's doing a bit of aquascape and then looking after the smaller fish too. Well, I need to go, but
we both do, bro. We need to call this right here, right now.
I'll try and pop by a little bit more regularly now that I plan on working Wednesday to Sunday, but I'm not working yet because I've still got all these things happening. So hopefully I'm around for a few weeks.
Nice one. Yeah, well, I will take you any day of the week, brother. You know that. I got a lot of love for you, bro.
And it's mutual. Neutral or mutual?
It's nurtural.
No, definitely. Especially in a couple of weeks when the World Cup's going. Jump on and we can.
Oh yeah, we can talk loads of cricket because that's what everyone wants to hear in our chat is cricket stuff.
Hey, can't beat them, join them.
One way to turn them, isn't it? All right, everyone. Let's call this quits here before I'm going to try and race this exit out before we get to 4.5 hours, just in case. And then I'll dawdle on trying to catch that bug. Got him. But yeah, let's do it. Let's do an exit. Thanks everyone for watching. Replay Team 6, you know who you are. If you've watched this far, you're obviously a freaking lunatic who would watch this for 4.5 hours. 4.5 hours of this nonsense on replay where the live chat might not marry up and doesn't make sense. You know you're an idiot. But we love you just the same. And, you know, everyone else as well. Z-Beam was here from the start. I'm surprised he quit out so early. Huawei, GRB, as always, thank you for the modding. Even Z-Beam, I believe, dropped a couple of links. He did say there was a good one about the Australian Army propaganda that everyone should watch. So, you know, scroll back through the chat and find that link. And keep your eyes out on the Babyface Bren channel for our other videos after the Bang Bang, where we tear apart Comedy Bang Bang and, you know, talk shit about it for an hour or two or sometimes 3. Just like this podcast. It doesn't have a limit. We'll go forever. And we've got to do 2 this week. So everyone's going to get bored of it and probably ignore us in the future. So be careful with that. But thanks, everyone, for hanging out. And take it easy. And as usual, I'll see yous when I'm looking at yous.